It's a wind down. These are two older gentlemen in the peak of their political and you know generational affairs. This is a de-escalation in 2025 from a proxy geographic specific area of the world. I mean, all of these weapons have been flying there. Millions of people dying. And when when an American president and the Russian leader can get together, it's not to expand the war; it's to de-escalate the war.
I'd love to get Hanson's thoughts.
Okay, I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but I am one pissed off. What a bunch of bullshit. They didn't say anything. They said of substance. There was all this crap from Putin about Russian, American, Alaska, blah, 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 and then some more fluff from Trump, and absolutely nothing of substance. Trump said we agreed on a lot of things, but some things we still are working on. Well, obviously, there's no fucking ceasefire, or they would have been dragging their ass off about that. So forget a ceasefire. Trump says he's going to talk more with Zelensky and NATO. Well, of course he is. But this whole thing that happened right now leaves wide open. God, the clubhouse is going to friggin' explode, pardon my French, because there's nothing of substance, so there's going to be this wild speculation. Like, if Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody told me the substantial part of the critical thinking forum today was, again, a slam dunk on Trump for red carpet, letting him in his car, and all that crap, peripheral crap. But I'm not trying to criticize that part. But Jesus Christ, they should have said something of substance. They didn't. The world still wonders. And social media, the press, and everybody else is going to go apeshit this weekend. And I don't know who the hell is going to stand up and say, wait a minute, we really did make progress here, here, and here. We're still debating here. And we don't know what the fuck we're going to do about this, that, and the other thing. I mean, why don't we have a press conference that tells the goddamn truth?
Do you think the next step will be Zelensky coming back over?
Roger, I don't know what the fuck is going to happen next based on the press conference. We're all going to speculate, and somebody, we're going to argue over the fucking speculation. But nobody knows what the hell's going on. Well, somebody knows what the hell's going on. Rubio, Witkoff, Trump, Russian foreign minister, certainly Putin and Trump. But we're just going to be left hanging. And, I think I'm going to go crawl in the hole, not read the newspaper, not get on Clubhouse, and wait for a week to see what the hell's going to come out of this. Sorry, but I wish I could be more enlightening and encouraging. But God damn, this is so much bullshit that it would just what?
You're not satisfied with the statement.
Hell no, not by either one of them. I mean, Jesus Christ, they didn't say anything of substance, of progress or lack of progress.
They said they were in agreement on some issues.
Yeah, but what fucking issues was sitting here on my crack couch in my computer, and she gave Fox News, and I turned to the Fox News and said, I really want to see this press conference and hear the reaction. And I told her, I said, this may be historic. Well, it was. It was a historic dump. And no substance, no reason to do anything except guess what the hell's going on, and I'm sick of it.
Putin said the words we have, quote unquote, verbatim. So I don't know what you're concerned about.
Well, agreement on what? He likes Trump's hairdo.
No, if it was about their shirt tie necklace, where it would be not discussed at the press conference. If they're in agreement with substantive enough items, if Putin is telling you that he's in agreement with Trump, we have an agreement, or what is it, 3 times.
And you don't think that's going to lead to everybody saying Putin is now bamboozled Trump yet again? I mean, that's going to be the left side of the clubhouse, the press, Trump caved again. Well, we don't know whether he caved or not. We don't know whether Putin caved or not. Well, I say bullshit on productive meeting. I want to know the substance of why they think it's a productive meeting.
So I have just a question for anybody that had, to take the chance and seems to be correct in here, and maybe I look at things differently. But the United States is trying to be a peace broker here between an adversarial nation and then one that we have historically prospered, right? So the conflict, the war, is Russia, a sovereign nation state, and Ukraine, a sovereign nation state. The United States is not an active participant in the conflict. The United States has provided funding and resources to one side and is trying to play global power broker in this conversation, right? And so the United States leader having a meeting with one of the parties, why on earth would anyone think that at the end of that meeting, the general public, the Joe Schmo American population, would be given any information? I don't get that piece as an expectation. When they scheduled this meeting, I had no expectation that we, the general public and Joe Schmoes of America, were going to know the specifics of what was discussed, given that now Trump has to go have the conversation with the other side, the side that we have supported, the side that our allies have supported, and communicate what the conversation was with Russia. I don't know why anybody would reasonably expect that there would be a whole lot of specifics on anything given to the general public until that meeting happens.
I agree. Corinne articulated that perfectly. Because you can't share things until you have an agreement with the other side. And so whatever they've agreed upon is now going to be obviously presented to Zelensky. And Zelensky's going to have to put on his big boy pants and go through that and hopefully agree to those things so that they can move forward. Because this is between Ukraine and Russia. As Brent said, the U.S. is trying to broker peace between the two countries. Yes, I agree with Brent.
This is really the perfect room title because Trump and Putin get all or nothing accusations and all or nothing complaints all the time on this app. So, in my opinion, this is going to be one really spicy in the muff.
The problem, John, is that we're all going to guess. We're all going to make assumptions. I mean, I can't imagine what the Washington Post is going to have to say tomorrow, but I'll guarantee you it's going to be anti-Trump. Because they're going to be guessing as to what the hell happened. Well, something of substance evidently happened. not the whole substance, but some substance. So tell us what that substance is. But then again, somebody, you're right. Little old me, I have no right to know what the substance is. Let them negotiate, and then once a peace treaty is signed, then I can agree or disagree with the terms of the peace treaty. But that's not the way the world works today, and we're going to get ourselves, I'm finding a ladder because of lack of substance. They both said there was substance. They both said there was progress. Great. Just tell me what that was. And tell me where you still disagree, and then I can have a rational discussion, God forbid, about how we might be able to solve the things that they still disagree on. But we're left with nothing, absolutely nothing, for what, in my view, should have been a historic event.
I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I'm just going to kind of hit this one on one
We're
final
an
time.
enterprise that's losing $100 billion a year.
When we deal with
$100 billion because of a big mismatch.
When you deal with treaty delegations, most of that process is not made public until you hit the end, because it is not productive or conducive to what you're trying to accomplish, to bring the entire world and the general public that frankly has no direct decision-making impact into the process. So I agree with you, Anthony. As a private citizen, I would love to know what's going on. I would love to have a camera in the room. That'd be really interesting. But if the purpose is truly for the United States government to broker a peace deal or a ceasefire or some sort of progressive movement here between Russia and Ukraine to stop this, global mess of a war that's impacting the global economy and our allies and adversary nations at the same time, then you have to do what is functional for that, right? And so I do not expect leaders of nations to put the desire of their populace to be informed and, not having to sit and wait above actually accomplishing something. That's why we do that in the courts, right? There's only so much that's made public prior to a verdict. There's only so much that's made public in negotiation. Hell, corporate mergers, there's only so much that they have to publicly provide until the deal is struck, at which point it's appropriate and safe to tell everybody what happened. The desire to know in the middle of the process is natural, but I just think it's an unrealistic demand for people to have.
And isn't it entirely possible that maybe some of the negotiations that they've actually hammered out are contingent on the ones that haven't been hammered out yet? And so it may be that they don't want to too early because that second contingent isn't ironed out. Perhaps Russia's like, no, I don't want the world to know that we agreed to X, Y, or Z.
Well, while we were having a totally unrelated discussion, irrational discussion, somebody, and I think it was, John, I think, maybe, provided information that in another room in Clubhouse, it was all, why did you get a red carpet treatment? Why did you get these big bamboozled again? Blah, 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 blah. The TDS, Trump Duration Syndrome, and what's going on. And Trump, to a degree, brings this on himself. He raises my expectations that he's going to have a meeting and it's going to be a real substance. Now, if the substance was, screw you, Putin, we're going to keep fighting and I'm going to knock your ass off with reparations or whatever, tariffs or whatever, fine, But Trump raises these expectations that he's going to get a Nobel Peace Prize that person he brings peace to it. You know, so these expectations of greatness are raised, and we get nothing. We get nothing of substance. All we get is bullshit. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm tired of bullshit. I want substance. Okay, I have to be patient. I have to just wait and see and quit yakking. But I'm tired of bullshit, and I want to hear some substance.
I consider it a peace agreement, essentially. So they're in agreement where it's given.
A peace agreement? Are you kidding me?
Stop that. Eddie, stop. It's time for you to be honest with yourself and everybody when you speak. Big one, you cannot, don't just say things that you know are not true. Dude, Trump went there to kiss the man's foot. Dude, when Zelensky went to the White House, what did Trump do? Trump called the man a dictator. He said he was terrible, and he said he was disrespectful. And then he kicked him out of the White House. Trump went to flipping Alaska and literally lost. The only reason why he went there was to have a love affair with Putin. Was never to make a deal. And I told you that. I told you that on 2 separate occasions. Right? And you didn't believe me. Now you owe me money.
Hey, hold on. Ken, hold on. Ken, real quick, if you can hear me. Why don't you hold the phone closer to your mouth, but speak into it very quietly, almost like a whisper. That'll be more impactful.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like I'm just so obsessed with these mother people, man. These mother people. We've been telling you guys since day one when Trump launched his campaign in 2015, 2014, whatever it was. We told that this guy was a dog. We told you. And you guys didn't listen. You still. Even when we kicked him out, he told you his true colors in 2016 all the way to 2020. He told you his true colors. Right? And people begged Joe Biden to kick him out. Joe Biden kicked him out. And you people forced the issue so much that you stole the election. You went back to legislators and you fixed the elections to force Trump into office. Right? And now, Trump is doing his true colors. And you're still coming on here and lying to the American people. And you might even from this country. And I know that you're full of crap. Pay my money and use this now. I'm done.
I can only
Hey, hold on, real quick. Ken, listen, I'm not sure exactly what country you are from, but I'm sure wherever you're from, everything happens properly in its proper order. Things happen quickly. There's no life and death situations. There's probably never been a war. All of these things we completely knew for wherever country you're from. But the United States of America, we've experienced these things. And right now, the U.S. taxpayers and the money that we borrow is funding this fight. And so you have Donald Trump having a conversation with a dictator about an invasion that the dictator launched. Now the question is, how do we end it? There's a couple of ways this could come to an end. All of them seem fairly unrealistic. One of them is to let Putin get what he wants. That seems like a terrible strategy. Appeasement doesn't seem to work historically. The other option would be just status quo. Let them continue to fight their proxy war, which is probably the most likely scenario. The other thing is probably the worst scenario of all, where we get physically involved and create a scenario where things escalate. I don't know what you guys want to see. All I'm saying is that there is a lot of people dying. There is a lot of Russians dying. There's a lot of Ukrainians dying. And there's a lot of Americans that are going into debt while these people die. Those are the facts that are on the table. Now we just have to ask ourselves, which of these problems are we going to try to ease up on? Is it the spending of American taxpayers' dollars, or are we going to appease a dictator? It's a very, very tough situation. There's actually no good solution here, but the better
better solution would be to minimize human suffering. That's the best solution, in my opinion. But what do I know?
Well, what Ken went off on was exactly what I'm so deeply concerned about. I mean, he left to a degradation of anything and everything from, but we don't know the substance of what was agreed to or not. So how the hell can we make a judgment on this particular meeting and whether it advanced or retarded progress towards what I hope all of us want is peace? And so the lack of information is, obviously, I'm impatient, I'm really disturbed, all that kind of stuff, and I apologize. I'm trying to have a rational discussion. But this obfuscation, this bullshit that we are being fed, when there is substance, I'm sure there is real substance, some good, some bad, but what is the substance? And until we have that substance, then how in the hell can we have a legitimate, rational discussion about the pros and cons of what the hell is really going on in the Ukraine? I hope you understand what I was trying to say. If I confused it, I apologize.
Anson, it's the fog of war. It's the fog of war. And it's what Mojo just said. Both Putin and Trump are presiding over a death toll. This is a funeral procession service. And you know what? The American people are tired of paying for the funeral. Wrap it up.
I apologize for my passion, but I really hoped that I was going to see a press conference that would be historic. And not only is it not historic, it's something, I don't know what you call something that's on the negative side of historic. Degrading, I don't know, disappointing, disgusting. There was some substance there that we the people deserve to know what the hell it was. If we don't know, then how in the hell can we argue about whether it's better or different?
Because, so, Anson, when they had a recording of the 4-hour visit with Putin, and they put it online for everybody to hear.
Are the replays on?
What would that change for your life tomorrow? I think you had, and this is with respect, sir, I think you had too high of an expectation. These are leaders of the world. We're not privy to everything that goes on. Do you want to be? Because honestly, there are a couple things that our country does. I don't think I want to know them.
Ooh.
If I say that I think there will be some truth in some of everything everybody says, because for some, it may have been the showmanship which Trump has portrayed with so many other leaders. And I guess kind of looking for that showmanship to have a spark of it and not see it at all could lead to a lot of thoughts where
Hi, Jane.
maybe he understands.
I'm fighting for you, Jane. We're fighting Brad the Dragon.
You have to treat one different than the other because you know he's into it.
What up, Jane? Yeah, Brad wants to, torch the campaign to elect John Kitover. Wow, what a hater. Yeah, he's a freak. He's a freak. He could be a dangerous person.
Good? Yes, yes. That dangerous. Well, how are things going with your fundraising?
Well, we've got over $500 in the bank, so I can't complain. And we did an interview.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we are fundraising. So,
Legit.
and we're challenging Darren the Hood to debates, but he's not responding.
I gotta look up the guy.
I have Jews protesting me on X now, saying that I'm an unstable loser.
Why?
They're calling me an unstable loser. I said Darren the Hood is an unstable loser. He's created $20 trillion in debt and said if you don't get vaxxed, you're all going to die. That seems pretty unstable to me.
Well, I think that must hurt. A fellow Jew, but many people are like, okay. I'm not a fan of yours, John.
What do you
From
mean?
political perspective, I'm a fan of you as a funny person.
Well, that's okay because I can win you over then.
But I don't live in Kitover.
Doesn't matter. You can still donate to the campaign. I'm going to pin the link for you right now.
I'm going to give you $18 when I confirm that it's real.
Give me $1 and then
$18, you know why.
let Menachem Schneerson, decide.
I'm going to get in trouble for talking to you.
Oh, there's enough complainers to go around. They're everywhere.
I guess. How do your parents feel about it?
My uncle ran, so I'm just doing what my uncle did. But my uncle didn't win. I'm trying to win.
Yeah, no, I think you have the tenacity, temerity, and overall constitution for it. It's good.
Yeah, I got roasted hard. I've been battling Brad like you can't believe. This guy is, intense.
He's like going after you. What is it? Stolen valor? What?
Stolen valor. What a
That
ridiculous
guy steals valor when he tells people to kill themselves.
I agree. He's committing a crime. I posted the crimes that he's actually violating by making death threats on the internet. So.
Oh, jeez, I think I got enough from Elena. Why am I talking to you?
Well,
I'll explain.
tell her I'm an unstable loser, and you're trying to help out a guy running for Congress. Fighting other unstable losers in Congress.
See, it's okay. I love Elena. All Jews. They're better. But, it's the streaming, John. A lot of us freak out over this.
Well, put yourself in my shoes. I have to listen to all your stupid shit and record all your stupid shit.
I barely fucking talk, so it's not me. I'm a listener. I'm more of a listener.
Oh, I see.
But, except the way.
So that's why you don't feel, threatened because I'm not recording you.
I just got over it because in the beginning of Clubhouse, I could tell everyone recorded each other. Ribs here and there, so I don't get it in the same way, but I'm a younger person, John. Older than you, but younger than some. But I shall leave now. I don't know if I wish you luck in your campaign.
Well, I have not been talking to Joe, but I'm talking to Joe, so I obviously can always be anything related to movies, TV, pop culture, social issues, human interest, true crime. I'm trying to think what else.
No, I don't have any APEC money.
That's all I can come up with right now. Ass sex.
I'm sorry, I'm shopping and I can't tell you where.
We can't talk about those things until we heard someone on the stage, remember? You know what? She needs to get exposure therapy with some of these nonsense ideas. That's what I do. By the way, you guys like Betty Pizza? Fuck your new PTR. That's
a striking PTR. It's going to annoy all the right people. I have no.
also if I had to complain about AI image generators, it's like it kind of cut the start off. It just looks weird, and it looks a little more pixelated than the last photo. So I'm not really, but I like the idea, and I may go to Cafe Press just to make sure. I'm driving, so I can't put the poll up. But if one of you ladies can handle the poll,
I'll do it.
all right. I knew you
That would be good.
would. Sonia with a J in the group. I saw earlier the cat asked me if there's a rundown tomorrow. We'll discuss Candace Owens' lawsuit against him. FYI. Let's get Norm. Norm, why don't you give us your thoughts on the Trump Putin experience, and then we're gonna put a poll up. We're gonna change the subject, hopefully to something very uplifting and inspiring that stays consistent with the vibe of the mojo, good vibrations experience that you stepped into.
I appreciate the big vibrations. I appreciate you, Mojo. Good Shabbos to everybody. We should let the peace of the day calm us down and cool us off. I don't have anything good to report about Putin in Alaska. Shabbat Shalom. Thank you. Putin is one of the great villains of history, and one of the great villainous nations in history, responsible for at least 100 million deaths of its own people and others. This meeting is an embarrassment. I'm listening to Trump. Again, no offense to anybody, he's babbling like an idiot. He's talking about 2016 and the Russia hoax. It's quite clear that they have no deal. Trump said it. I can't imagine what progress was made. Trump is dealing with one of the most powerful men in the world, president for life of 100 million people with tremendous nuclear weapons, a crappy economy, an enormous army, and lots of nuclear weapons. And Trump doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know what he's talking about. He's literally making no sense. He's just puncturing and babbling. It's back to like 2016. People were saying this guy doesn't know what he's doing, and we're in the hands of a Looney Tune, a drooling carnival barker who has no business being a real woman. I'm sorry, I just have to be critical and honest about my impression. So I don't have any good news for you.
Do you think it's possible that they are purposely just going to wait until they can deliver good news, or perhaps maybe what they agreed was like, okay, we'll do this, but let's announce it from Red Square. Let's like there's got to be some pageantry around it, right? Like if they decided that the war is gonna end, I don't think they would announce it from Alaska with Zelensky not there. I think that in order for them to allow Putin to save face, I think they need to get Zelensky and Trump and maybe the knucklehead in France to all show up in Moscow. And just shake hands and do a photo op, and then the troops go. I think that might.
Yeah, these guys he's agreeing to it, right? There's no deal here. I will tell you,
Zelensky hasn't been spoken to yet. Crisis between Russia and the Ukraine. Norm, I don't understand how you're saying that without that.
Well, I will tell you what's going on here. We cannot afford a three-theater war. We've downgraded from, at one point, our military doctrine, you can get this from Captain Anson, was head of a nuclear submarine squadron. Or you can get it from Stephen Yatkin, who's got a the best three-volume biography of Stalin, who's a tremendous Russian historian and scholar. We can only afford one war right now. Trump is paying attention to very well. So we're saying to Putin, we want out. Trump doesn't really care about Ukraine. Trump is saying to Europe, you guys are spending more money on social services than we are, and you're relying on our military protection. Everybody in the world hates America and wants protection from America, but we can't afford it anymore. And that's what Trump is telling. Putin is quite clear on this. The world is quite clear on this. The United States wants out of the Middle East, which is why we're standing up to Israel to take over the Middle East. We want out of Europe, which is why we're standing up the European nations and telling them they're going to have to contribute a lot more money to their own national defense. They're spending like nothing on their national defense. And we're saying to Putin, okay guys, figure it out, we're out. And Putin knows this and he's going to milk that to the max. That's the interpretation I thought.
Trump is not gay. Putin is not. His talk is not gay or gay. Trump.
Sorry, we have a rule about that.
Yeah, Russia.
Why would we want to miscontrol the world since after World War II? Why would we want to lose control of it? I mean, we don't want to spend this.
We can't afford it.
We don't want to.
We want to, but we can't afford the military expenditure. We're not spending that. We're now spending more on servicing our debt than we are on our military. We can't keep spending this money like this, and we can't. The world cannot rely on the United States to defend them. And so we had to make a decision. As I said, under Obama, we went down from 2 war theaters in one brush fire to 1.5. And under Trump, we went down from 1.5 to 1. And we're going to focus on China, which looks like it'll make a move on Taiwan. So China is surrounded by U.S. bases, and we're preparing for them to make their move. That's my interpretation.
Well, I agree with you there. I just don't think we want out. We just don't want to pay as much as we want others to step up. It's in their interest. We should pay the bill. It's like going out to dinner, and I'm paying for everything, and everyone's paying.
It's kind of like how the rich support like the entire nation. Kind of like that.
Yeah, same basically. But that doesn't mean I don't want to pick the restaurant. That doesn't mean that I don't want the mayor to consider me the top dog of the team. I still do want that.
If you're not paying the bill, then you're not the top dog.
Look, no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Unless you're anything else, a restaurant at the beach in Malibu.
I don't understand the whole barefoot in the sand thing. Sand gets hot when it's done. Gets across. They're not the stylish things, but they do serve a purpose.
But they really fancy Western huts.
Ew. Alright, I want to bring everybody's attention in the room to the poll. If we could get everybody that's in here, as long as you have updated your app and can see it, to vote on what your topic pleasure would be, we would greatly appreciate it. It looks like free speech is, well, actually it's not winning by a landslide anymore, but it's still winning.
Remember, you guys have a chance to determine what we talk about in the month. Sometimes people don't talk at all in the month. Sometimes people are quite quiet. Then there's people like El Norma that are quite vocal in these months. You get an opportunity to pick the topic in the month.
I mean, one of the world's most wanted war criminals is in Alaska right now. I'd like to hear what people think about this.
It doesn't look good for Trump. It's going to extend I agree with you.
Trump seems that extended further political capital this week. Economists, sanctions. Russia is predicted to agree to a ceasefire agreement since practice will cry out on that.
and sanctions were not imposed against the Zelensky agreement, which was quite dominant. The outcome was supposed to be an agreement to at least the ceasefire, right? That was the precondition for not imposing sanctions, and we did nothing. So, and he seems kind of unhappy.
Again, it's nothing. If I'm in the middle of a negotiation, I'm telling you or the public shit, holding all my cards really close until I made a deal with both sides of the equation.
Well, hold on. By the way, in a negotiation, if you're familiar with negotiating tactics, and specifically if you've read Art of the Deal, the person that speaks first in terms of what they would want is typically the one that's going to get the short end of the stick when it comes to the negotiation. So if you declare what you want, you put your cards on the table, and what's going to happen is there's a natural negotiation that will take place that will erode that position. And so the only thing you can really do is if you declare first, is you can overstate what you want, knowing that you're going to come to a compromise at some point. So I would guess that whatever was discussed would be overreach, and this is the beginning of negotiations, not the middle, not the end.
So, Obama was saying one of his weaknesses has been it's not the startup negotiations. They have been going on quite public for quite some time, right? And I've recounted just the earliest, most recent part of the negotiation and the conditions for that public. Trump wants ceasefire first, and Putin is not yielding on any positions for months already. It's his conditions have been the same, right? So it's not starting today. The negotiations are unfolding and starting for months on it. The back and forth has been ongoing. And if you're saying that the demand that Trump has been publicly asking already on this one, right? Like the initial idea of Trump was that the party was not negotiating was to have been proven wrong on it. There have been many rounds of negotiation with Zelensky was supposed to put in Turkey, with recent officials that say the same condition that Russia had already before, which are laxatives, and Trump does not want those, which is basically laws that for the utilization of the information that they hold and don't hold. And it's not really yielding on any of these things to the extent that Trump then said that unless you yield on any of those things, at least ceasefire for the lash out the rest, right? I think it was 90 days or something. Next X days, and those days run out just recently, right? With going to Moscow, and then nothing happens. Sanctions were not imposed.
Long life Osama bin Laden. Long life Osama bin Laden. We cannot reach it.
I think that ship sails already.
Yeah, okay. Long live Osama bin Laden. The guy's like fish food now. And they throw him over. Jesus Christ.
Yes, we don't want
That guy just called the U.S. worst thieves.
Well, there's worse things to be called than worse things.
I put in the chat because I was recalling how many times reading that agreement against the negotiations that ultimately resulted in the treaty, the INF treaty. But there were many meetings, and the Reagan summit they walked away thinking they did not have any agreement. So
the Oslo Accords.
I think you have to look at the steps, as Roger was saying, the steps along the way in a negotiation process and in view. It's just not happening overnight.
there's so much posturing going on. But historically, our discussions with the Russians, I mean, I said this to someone else, George Bush W. met with Putin 28 times. You know, like it's just not one meeting, and all of a sudden, poof, you have an agreement.
The only problem with that is that Trump's ran on that. He literally said he can end the war with one phone call. And now we have incremental steps. Well, and we can come to, I guess I'm going to do this. He's just lying on this now. Oh, very hyperbolic. I don't think he's lying when it was a lie. Like, that is crazy. You say you don't think he was lying when he literally lied. I would just say that he was campaigning. And when you campaign, that's what they do. And yes, that is a lie.
I think he just miscalculated how long it would take. I can't just say we're lies, but so it did take one phone call, so it's going to take several meetings. So what? He's doing the meetings. He's brokering it. He's working towards it. I mean, I don't know if you can look at it that way and just try to see the forest through the trees, kind of. That's the direction he's going.
Okay, I actually it took 6 rounds of negotiation.
I do, right? Yeah. It took him a really long time, and Reagan also probably. You can tell me, Roger, historically, or go watch the Reagan movie with Dennis Quaid. But there's a good chance Reagan said when he was campaigning that he could, put the Russians in check and do it quickly.
Well, they all exaggerate. I mean, Trump. Anyone that wants to deny that Trump is a liar, that would just be a weird thing. Of course, Trump lies, but they all lie. So you're not saying anything about anything that you say about Trump is true about all of them when it comes to their honesty, especially when they're campaigning. I remember Trade the Swamp, and then they hired the people. I remember hearing lock her up, and she didn't get locked up. I mean, there's a lot of things that build the wall. Maybe she had a partial wall.
I never had sex with that woman. Sorry.
They all lie. We should be able to agree on that. Whether you love Trump, hate Trump, or whatever. When somebody says that hate Trump lied about something, without even knowing what the topic is, I'm probably
Trump's true. He's a politician. Listen to movies. He's probably lying. The problem is it's not the first round of negotiations with Russia, unless we're only counting personal meetings. Putin doesn't really do a lot of personal meetings, so it's important to count that way.
I understood this is the first time in many years that Putin met with someone and that he requested the meeting. That's not accurate.
Well, if you remember, they met in Helsinki during the first Trump administration, and Trump behaved in a very odd manner, and I was listening for that tonight, and I saw it. That said, Abby, I hope I'm completely wrong, but your historical perspective does change my understanding. I think it's great to remember that this stuff evolves over time. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. The only thing I want to add, though, is I think at the time, oh my God, was it who did Reagan meet with? Was it Gorby?
He met with Gorbachev. He also Brezhnev was in there during that time. Remember, they kept going. They went to premieres. Andreev. I'm trying to remember. They went through a bunch of them.
Was it Brezhnev? Was it Andrei Brezhnev?
Yeah, but then he wasn't in that long. Or there was another one that got killed or died.
But here's the only thing I want to say.
He met with many, but Norm, he met with many, and my point on Bush was Bush met with them 28 times. The fact that Biden couldn't meet with them, and Obama did not meet during Obama's time. Forget how many, maybe 9 times he met with the Russians during his 2 terms.
I remember. So glad that I'll be able to deal with him after the election.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, the fact that he sits down with the premier of Russia and of China, too, like
I mean, in Alaska, it's a little weird.
It's yes, but again, the fact that he's meeting with them, the fact that in his first term with North Korea, that he could reach out to a crazy lunatic like that, and you know, I see a positive in that. That's everyone's perspective on it.
So I'm hoping you're right as I say it. I'm wrong. I would be very happy. I'll buy dinner if I'm wrong, for us. But the only difference in this case
McDonald's for everybody.
Putin is cunning and brilliant in his ability to remain a dictator for life in Russia. It's not easy. You have to be both brutal and a great chess player, obviously. And if I know that Trump is looking to get out because we can't afford it right now, as opposed to Reagan conveying the message that we will outspend you, we will beat you in this. Your economy is falling apart, and by the way, Russia's economy is still falling apart. It's been dropping, and they're hemorrhaging talent. I think they have 20 million Russians living abroad, and they're losing 20,000 a year. I just heard this figure. The best and the brightest of Russia are getting the heck out of Dodge because it's a nightmare over there. So the question is Trump conveying strength like Reagan did? We will outspend you, we will outlast you, we will bury you. Or is he conveying to Putin, as I think he is, we can't afford to defend Europe anymore. So let's make a deal so we can go focus on China. He wants to defuse the U.S.-Russia antagonism and focus on the real potential rising enemy, and that's China. That's my analysis of it. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
I have a question for Abby. Emperor, do you want to say more than that?
Yeah, just quickly, I agree with Norma. Just for context, I counted the rounds of negotiations with Russia, various types, and I counted at least 11 already.
For which agreement?
Oh, but not with Trump. You're talking about...
Well, it includes the United States. Most of them includes United States blessing, shuttle diplomacy between Bennett, Putin, Scholz, Zelensky, Trump, Putin phone calls.
Just on this one, Emperor? On this, you're talking about just in context on this issue, or
on this issue?
In his entire time okay, got it.
This entire time is Istanbul second round, Russia, Ukraine. The 30-day ceasefire memorandum presented by United States and the talks around that. I'm counting.
That was Biden, though. Is that fair?
No, this is Trump.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard then. I thought you said Biden.
No,
I'm going to do some research. I'd like to see a table and timeline.
The 30-day ceasefire memorandum is Trump. The U.S. brokered Moscow Kiev delegation is Trump. The Trump-Putin phone call on the U.S. initiative on agreement to launch talks February 2025 is Trump. The Istanbul second round of Ukraine is Trump. Like, there has been a lot of this stuff, right? Like, and I get it, it takes time. My point is, just didn't start today. They have been doing this, and it's been unsuccessful. So the trend line is not good, but as Norma said, I would be happy if it works out.
Yeah, but we could have said that with Reagan too, in the different talks too, that it didn't look good.
Okay,
I mean, I guess that's the point. We could go with any treaty as you negotiate it and how long it takes to go through the process. And when you're in the middle of it, I mean, those of us that deal in negotiation, we could tell you that you have the people on either side saying this doesn't look good, and then boom, it happens.
Well, yeah, as Trump said, there is no deal until there is a deal. I agree with that. But I think we still can comment on the progression and success as it's happening. We don't have to sit and wait. My primary criticism is that Trump has moved from his electoral campaign position, right, which treated Ukraine as the party that is not negotiating, to complete basically reversal to something like a Biden position. Like there is not much of a daylight between Biden position and Trump position today.
Okay, I asked Rob, and you can be critical. I asked Rob, times Putin and Trump have met over the last 10 years.
Oh, they haven't met. Like rounds of negotiation.
Oh, you're talking about a phone call?
No, I'm not talking about phone call. Like talk initiatives and talks, right? Like, so for example, Kremlin.
No, but you said phone call when you were reading them all.
Well, one of them was phone call on initiation of a U.S. initiative, like phone call plus some type of a proposal, right? So it would count as a round of negotiation. Like a phone call without that.
See, I don't know if I would agree with that, but you can make the point.
Well, okay, but we have to consider that Putin himself doesn't travel, like, at all. He doesn't travel to Ankara, he doesn't travel to any of these negotiation rounds whatsoever, right? Like, so there have been many meetings in Istanbul. I think under Trump there was one meeting, right, and recent, the June 2025, right? Istanbul, that would be Istanbul's second round negotiations, which was kind of sponsored by United States, right? Then before that, there was Kremlin's 30 days ceasefire memorandum presented to the United States that would be a round of negotiation. There have been many rounds. That's my point.
Okay, Abby, my question to you is: a few members of the stage have expressed extreme disappointment at the lack of information coming out after the talks. Did you have high expectations? What's your feedback on what we've heard after the end of the meeting?
I did not have high expectations, number one. Number two, it's kind of the point that Roger was saying. I think it was Roger said this, like some things I don't think we should know right yet. Like it's not everything's transparent when you're in this process. And no, I didn't have it.
Abby, you went into the matrix. I think it was Bren that was saying that, but I think Roger also said that in some way, shape, or form. But I know Bren was saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that, so I did not expect to hear a lot from this. So I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority.
Well, Abby, wouldn't you agree that what Trump and Putin have talked about still has to go to Zelensky's desk to be discussed?
Yeah, of course.
It's a deal in process being brokered, right? Yes.
It's a deal. I mean, I lived, I lived through Camp David Accords, and I lived through the process and of Begin and Sadat back and forth till that finally happened. I mean, it just, and there's posturing between the parties. Have you guys never been part of a mediation? And, the clients are in one room and the other clients are in another room, and you go back and forth, and you can do that for quite some time, posturing back and forth till you eventually can iron out an agreement. I mean, it's a process. To me, this is just part of a mediation.
I would say in the norm of things, and what I'm hearing is true. But I think for some time, most have been observing and watching the demeanor, how Trump reacts. He always kind of softens up his target prior to them getting there, tenderize them a little bit. And then when they get there, there's always something that you can take away from it. And what that may be is whatever the listener or the person who's observing takes away. Wow, did you see what he said? Or did you hear what he said? You hear what this one said? And in this one, it's like, okay, they're both at eye level. And now I think it's just seeing if he's really doing what you all are saying as far as, diplomatic negotiations, trying to be that in-between piece, or will we see in the next round when, he comes back, being who he is with others.
All right, so let me ask you something. Do you think your expectation is or to the room, because he brokered the deal with, am I thinking India and Pakistan, that was very quick, or the one in Africa that just got brokered and was done quickly. And also the ceasefire that Israel entered into with Iran. Do you think that the expectation is, well, those other ones happen pretty quick, that this one should? Is that where this is coming from?
India, Pakistan had nothing to do with Trump. The African, the Rwanda-Congo deal has been ongoing through bipartisan administrations.
For how long? How long was that ongoing?
Maybe more than a decade.
The negotiation has been going on. The U.S.
Can I answer that when he's done, Abby?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, when Emperor's done. I'm sorry, Emperor. Go ahead.
Yeah, the India, Pakistan have nothing to do with Trump. They both said this has really nothing to do with Trump. The Rwanda-Congo negotiations have been going on for, I think, close to a decade, maybe more, bipartisan through U.S. administration. Still credit to Trump that he finalized it. It's great, but it's been going on for.
Okay, Abby, and by the way, your PTR is fucking awesome. Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry, I need to refresh.
My question is, do we have an expectation with this? Because in the short time he's been in office, we have now seen a peace agreement coming out of India and Pakistan. We saw a peace agreement coming out of Africa, and we saw a ceasefire happen very quickly after 13 days with Israel and Iran. So do we have this expectation that this is going to be immediate or overnight because he scored those three already? That was my question.
Hang on one.
I'll quickly answer that. I think I'm not judging on that stuff. I'm judging him by his own setting of expectation. He said, right, that there would be X days, and within X days, if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire, I'm going to sanction him. Right? Those X days run out 2 days ago, so that we get the Alaska deal. So he's setting kind of the bad expectations. It's not happening, and it's not happening beginning from. And I agree with Mojo on campaign stuff, right? Okay, excluding the campaign stuff from the beginning of an administration, there is this recurring kind of thing where he really sets bad expectation of what's going to happen and keeps backtracking on them, just like he backtracked now with the summit.
Okay, so the question is, Abby, I think your question is, because this policies and things that happen have been kind of consistent, can we expect more of the same? Is that basically where your question is?
Yeah, I mean, that's three peace agreements and
yeah. And I would say no, because Trump is a fucking idiot and in my opinion, a psychopath. You don't know what Trump is going to do or say 1 minute to the next. I mean, he illegally and unconstitutionally bombed a sovereign nation without an imminent threat, approval of Congress, or declaration of war.
Trump didn't need it, Mike, did he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Without imminent threat.
There was absolutely
there was not. What was the imminent threat?
The imminent threat from Iran?
Yeah, tell me. What was it?
Imminent threat they had threshold capacity.
They had threshold capacity is not a nuclear weapon. Yeah, that's not an imminent threat.
Whoa. Are we talking about Iran? You can get into that if you want to. Yes. Talk about the delivery capability and what.
I'm just saying, we're not talking about.
Was telling us.
Yeah, right. The IMEA, the literal regulation force that literally exists to investigate this, said, no, they don't have nuclear weapons.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war?
Hey, Mike. Abby, just a second. My hearing is okay. If we could just go down, just thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war in the United States?
The entire point I'm trying to make
When was the last
is that that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's what you said.
You
did
can
it
get
without
do
a
it.
declaration. I asked you when it
Hang on. Without a declaration of war by Congress,
we didn't have
without
a
notifying the president can bomb a sovereign nation if there's an imminent threat, but they have to notify Congress 48 hours before the action. Okay? If, only if, this is where the War Powers Act comes in, if and only if there's an imminent threat. Simply enriching uranium is not an imminent threat to life, safety, or security. If that is an imminent threat, we need to glass half the planet.
And what about the 26,000 bombs of drone strikes that Obama did? I hate to do the whataboutism.
Yeah, well, that's all it is.
That's under AUMF authorized by.
That's all that is. What about it? What about that? Oh, so somebody else did something unconstitutional, so Trump gets a pass, but it's okay because it's your guy.
It's been the policy of our president. It's been the policy of our president. From Clinton.
This guy is wrong. Abby, this guy is wrong. All the president has to do is notify Congress 48 hours after the action. He doesn't necessarily have to go through, and he has to just put it to the Gang of 8. He doesn't have to notify full of Congress. The AMF has a lot of carve-outs.
You've been watching too many movies,
so
bro.
this guy is a blowhard and a bullshit.
You've been watching too many movies. You don't know political at all.
No, I don't
really,
know.
I don't. But I work in it. It sounds like you don't actually know what you're fucking talking about.
I sat with my member of Congress who's a Democrat who agreed with what he did. So, you're just mischaracterizing this. And it's been our policy with our president. Since World War II, we have not had a declaration of war. There was not an obligation. Our intelligence told us where they were, what the threat was, and they made a decision based on our intelligence and based on where they were in their proliferation. End of story. Keep going.
And as we will do again.
Hopefully.
He's probably gone because, again, he got packed up and realized that other people knew what the fuck they were talking about, and Rachel Maddow doesn't get to rule the fucking day with her feelings.
But I still have
Brad, you're right. I mean, it's after, not before. If I'm not mistaken, that came in place because of what Nixon did, correct?
Correct. It did come in place. In 73, it became the policy, if I'm right, after Vietnam.
Yeah. So they can do what they want to do, and then they can go ahead and bring it to their attention.
Yeah, and it's a whole variety of ways that they can notify Congress. I don't agree with it. I don't actually like it a little bit. I get some of the strategic and imminent threat strikes, but what that guy was sitting on stage and fucking bloviated on, it's clearly he never even read the baseline documentation for it. So, I don't know. Abby's correct on this one. You don't have to notify 48 hours prior to your imminent attack. If that was the case, we have a whole lot of fucking problems going back through to a lot of presidencies and a lot of Congress being absent in their duties to invoke and make sure that was being followed. Because quite frankly, every single administration broke the law then.
So I just want to go back to my question on the topic that we were on. If anyone wants to jump in on that, and I didn't know how long these. I thought India and Pakistan that just erupted and ended, and I really thought Trump did have involvement with that. So I guess I've been corrected on that one, unless someone else has more info on it.
I think he tried to take credit for it. It was bound to happen. He got a little bit in the mix, and then wanted to claim it was his deal.
And then in Africa,
the Congo Rwanda has been going on for a lot of long.
Hey, you don't want to blame him. Oh, the Turkish red guy.
But on I agree on domestic authority, although some people might disagree and have legal arguments. The president contend that Article 2 of the Constitution allows limited use of force, but that's not the only thing that binds U.S. presidents, right? There's also international law, which under U.S. Constitution is quote-unquote law of the land, specifically UN Charter. And the type of...
Yeah, Yeah, we're not bound and beholden by the UN Charter nor the Geneva Conventions. We don't actually recognize.
Well, your Constitution says that you are.
No, it doesn't. There is actually no article in the Constitution that says we recognize an international body above any U.S. citizen. It just doesn't.
Well, you don't. It's not about international bodies. It's about stuff that you ratify in Congress, like international treaties, like the UN Charter, right? Like, so the UN Charter is ratified by the United States, which makes the United States bound by the UN Charter. Which
the United States is not bound by the UN Charter.
Oh my God. Of
course it don't.
Are you
it's not.
arguing that the United States is a rogue nation and is illegal?
They're not. Listen, hold on. Listen. Brad's correct here. I think that there is an international expectation that we would abide by it, but we are not a signatory to it.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that the U.S. is not signatory to UN Charter?
To the Geneva Convention.
Well, I'm not talking, you are a signatory to the Geneva Convention, but I'm not a convention.
We don't give a shit about it.
We don't recognize any world court or any world authority above us or any governing body above us. We will not recognize.
I'm talking about a specific thing. I'm talking about the UN Charter. Are you saying that
the UN Charter does not matter to the Constitution, to an American citizen, nor any political structure that the U.S.
There's nothing in the Constitution that talks about the United Nations.
Do you want me to cite? Let me open the U.S. Constitution. Give me a second.
Yeah, tell me the article and clause.
He's talking about Senate's ability to ratify treaties in Congress, and
let's let him pull it up, and then let him make his argument, and then people can reply.
I want to hear this too. But in all fairness to everybody on the stage, the United States does not recognize any world court. We will not recognize any world court. We do not recognize the UN as a governing body over the United States, nor will we subject any American to be labeled or subjected to any UN governing body or any other foreign body to rule an American citizen. We do not recognize that.
100% right, Brad. 100% right.
So let's find the site from the Constitution. By the way, my favorite constitutional amendment is the 21st. I just want to say that.
Known as Supremacy Clause states that duly ratified treaties like federal statutes and the Constitution itself are part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts even when state laws conflict. Right? All treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be supreme law of the land. So specifically, that's the Constitution. So specifically, the United States ratified the United Nations Charter when the Senate approved it 1892 in July 28, 1945, making U.S. the first major power to join the new organization. So yes, the UN Charter is the quote-unquote law of the land.
So again, you actually misinterpreted literally everything you just read. The UN Charter
find me an authoritative lawyer that says that the UN.
There's a lawyer on fucking stage right now who actually.
Abby? Yeah, Brad's doing a great job, but I'm happy to jump in, but Brad, go for it because you can.
Yeah, you don't even understand how our Senate works. It's like, this is the problem with a lot of foreign people. We do not. There is nowhere, even in the UN Charter itself, the U.S. picked and chose what it was going to agree to with certain world leaders. The NATO Charter, the U.S. picked and chose what it was going to agree to in the treaties. We determined how that was going to work. Everybody bows beneath us. We do not recognize the UN as a controlling authority. This is why the President of the United States determines what the UN can and cannot fucking do. That, like, I'm kind of confused.
Brad,
the article you just read out of the Constitution, there was a little thing that you think, well, this is the UN, is the supreme ruling body. Again, it's even stated in the United States, in their agreement of the UN and NATO and everybody else. We do not recognize any world authority. We do not recognize any world court, and we do not recognize any other governing body outside of our own. There are plenty of nations who do that. Russia is one of them. India is one of them. China is one of them. There's a lot of countries that will say we'll participate in the UN, but you do not get to govern us. This idea that the UN has power does not do it.
Talking about, Brad, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
About governing countries. The UN Charter. I have no idea what you're talking about, actually. I was just arguing that the UN Charter, which United States voluntarily ratified, I gave you the date, right, in the Senate, Congress, right, is a founding member of the United Nations, and according to the U.S. Constitution, it makes the UN Charter.
Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does an American have to owe allegiance to the United fucking Nations. Fuck the UN, fuck your country, fuck every other country but the USA.
Are you okay, Brad?
No, I don't really fucking, I hate people like you who come in. No, I tell you what, take your United Nations fucking army, you know, the motherfuckers that like to shoot American soldiers in the back when we have to go, like win a war. No, yeah, I am. You know how, like, these three blue attacks happen? You get the blue little fucking UN fuckers who like to shoot American men and women in the back, like this fucking cock monkey, who like to shoot us and then take pot shots and then say, oh, you got to listen to us. Fuck your UN. We would destroy your UN in a heartbeat. And this is why I advocate for separating from the UN because of idiots like you.
Okay,
you prove my point.
You're currently not separated, which makes the UN Charter supreme law of the land according to...
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, come on, man.
Find me
Go ahead, I've got co-counsel here.
Lawyer.
Great, go
Find
ahead.
me a consensus opinion of United States lawyers that say that the UN Charter is not law of the land. Give me an authoritative consensus opinion on this.
All right, let me just say something. You show me where in the Constitution, which is the law of the land, it relinquishes the. You show me where in the Constitution it says we relinquish the law of the land to a foreign body. Show me where it says
I think that you have relinquished anything to the UN. I said I'm arguing that the United
This is why we should just like basically bomb these fucking Middle Eastern guys until the turbans fucking disappear and that people can actually live in peace. Like fuck this Muhammad prophet wannabe.
All right, guys, hold on. Listen, we could do this a couple of ways. One of the ways that I would love to do it is let's do three things, and these are all supported with the rules of the House. Number one, let's stay on topic. Number two, let's keep our shares short. And number four, let's go ahead. Actually, I'm saying them wrong. It's 3, 4, and 5. Stay on topic, keep your shares short, and don't interrupt. If we do those three things, I think we could be good with the other rules as well. But let's try to keep those in mind. Shares short, no interruptions, stay on topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll restate my position because I think people are hearing something else from what I'm saying. I didn't say that the United States relinquished its land to the United Nations. All I said that, according to the U.S. Constitution, right, Article 6, Clause 2, known as Supremacy Clause, states that duly ratified treaties like federal statutes, etc., right, are itself part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts even when most state laws are
But what is the treaty? You're missing
I'll say
the point.
The treaty is
the treaty that we have with the United Nations is not a treaty to have to abide by all of the
Hold on, everyone. Look, again, we're doing the talking over each other again. I just want to read something that I looked up here. So, a couple of things. Treaty status. The UN Charter is a treaty that the U.S. ratified in 1945 under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Treaties are part of the supreme law of the land only if they are self-executing, being directly enforceable, or if Congress passes implementing legislation. That was point one. Point two, limits. The Supreme Court has made clear that no treaty, including the UN Charter, can override the Constitution. If there's a conflict, the Constitution wins. That was an important one, so hopefully you drunk that in. Number three, practical effect. Many provisions of the UN Charter are broad statements of principle, not self-executing law. So they don't create enforceable rights or obligations in U.S. courts unless Congress enacts domestic laws to implement them. So those are the facts. If anybody wants to dispute those, happy to have that conversation.
Okay, so I'm not talking about non-self-executing clauses. Non-self-executing clauses like the ICJ, Brad is correct on that, like the International Court of Justice. The United States has a clause on the non-self-executing parts of the UN Charter and other treaties, right? That's why it doesn't automatically accept the jurisdiction of International Court of Justice. So Brad is correct on that, right? But other self-executing parts of the UN Charter, like this previous conversation was right of self-defense, are self-executing, right? That's why when United States ambassador to UN goes to UN nations, they open their Security Council hearings, reaffirming, right, that they are bound by the UN Charter, right? So yeah, Bojo introduced some nuance in there. I agree with you on the self-execution and no self-execution. I agree that under the structure of U.S. law, the Constitution is supreme domestic authority. In international law, the Constitution is not necessarily the supreme authority, but anyway, that's not part of this discussion. We can talk about
how do we hold the funding? How have we been, since we have the right in the United States at our discretion to, if we disagree with something from the UN, to withhold and condition funding to UN entities or any activities that we have policy disagreements. If we had this obligation that was a supreme obligation to uphold everything the UN does, then how have we been able to actually? We have a specific treaty that enables us to not.
Treaty doesn't say that you have to uphold it.
Why can't she finish her fucking statement?
Wait a minute.
Why can't she finish her fucking statement?
We're not going to interrupt you, sir. We're going to let Abby speak without interruption too, right? That's equality, huh?
I apologize.
Also, so you understand, we can pick and choose, which we did, and we can choose to be obligated with human rights, but we can also choose to walk away from the UN if we have disagreements with their positions, which, if you remember, under Ambassador Haley, she walked away from several different positions the UN was doing when she was in. Also, we have Congress that is very significant in how we deal with the UN, and Congress can limit or withhold the same funding that I'm talking about if the members of Congress think that the UN is doing something inappropriate, which is what we're seeing when the UN was supporting UNRWA, and it had Hamas operatives working for the UN and working in UNRWA, and we saw that, and we withheld funding for UNRWA, specifically because the UN was doing something that was fundamentally against the policies of the United States. Also, our president can enter into agreements other than Congress to limit the funding and to limit, without having any ratification from the Senate, our president can make those determinations. Our president puts the ambassador in there. I mean, there's so many outs from this. It is not the supreme law of the United States whatsoever, and you're miscalculating it by trying to say that this kicks in through the supremacy clause. It just doesn't. It's not how it works.
Abby, and I don't know if I just got here, but I don't know if it's material to the conversation, but the U.S. is not a party to the ICC.
This is not material to the conversation.
That's correct. We're not.
Yeah, ICC has nothing to do with UN. So, Abby, the UN requires members to pay the dues. The expenses of the organization shall be borne by the members as portioned by the General Assembly. This does not include, this is just for the functioning of the UN, right? Functioning of the UN does not include UNICEF, UNDP, UNRWA, and all of those things that the United States has withhold funding, etc. Those things are voluntary. UN Charter has nothing to do with UNRWA. Nothing whatsoever.
You're saying the UN, who has under the UN banner UNRWA, you're now saying that they don't, because I just told you that they were supporting Hamas and that they had UN operatives in Hamas, or Hamas operatives in the UN. So now all of a sudden the UN doesn't have a connection.
Are we having a legal argument or not? Legally,
no,
right?
legally, we don't have a legal obligation to have to comply with what the UN votes on. We can choose not to. We have that discretion. That's how we entered into our
UN doesn't.
You can also stop funding it, which is a big push that's happening now.
Abby, I'm sorry, there are many votes in the UN, right? Like there are 10,000 commissions and vote of stuff. What do you mean? If you're saying
they don't matter to the U.S. It does not matter.
Can we have one mic on Emperor,
please? Are you saying that the United Nations Security Council, on which the winners of the World War II sit, that according to the UN Charter, right, creates binding legislation, if they so choose to, does not have any authority in international law, and the United States is not bound by it, you'll be wrong. If you're saying that about...
That's incorrect again.
I'm speaking. If you're talking about General Assembly, then you will be correct. If you're talking about Human Rights Council votes, you would be correct. There are many votes in the UN. Some of those things are binding, like the Security Council resolutions, right? Security Council resolutions create binding law. According to the Charter, it is not false.
It is absolutely false.
This is like basics of international.
No, it's not. It's false.
Okay,
you're fucking lying.
You can yell about it.
Again, if it was so binding, why is Russia still trading oil despite the sanctions? How is North Korea doing it? How about all the fucking sanctions from the Security Council on Pakistan not getting fucking nuclear weapons? Guess what? That was fucking violated. What about the developments in Iran? How about the funding for terrorist groups around an organization catching? How about your fucking camel junkie, fucking terrorist bombing fucking fucking people, getting fucking all sorts of Security Council measures against it, and still fucking violating them? Again, they're not binding laws by countries. The UN has absolutely no power. It is feckless, spineless, and filled with a bunch of fucking pussies, if ever I've met one. Like, it is literally the dumbest organization in the world, because guess what? It contradicts itself, and all the countries don't fucking follow through. Israel doesn't have to follow them, the same way Saudi Arabia has been ruled upon, didn't have to follow. Fucking Europe doesn't even follow its own fucking edicts when it tries to fucking impose those binding things there. Fuck the UN. Fuck you fucking blue helmets. I wish somebody would fucking nuke that fucking entity. Because quite frankly, I'm tired of American soldiers having to bail out your country.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Listen, let's get back to the shares short, no interruptions. I don't mind the profanity. We have no rules against it. Call me weird. I kind of like the rants that get animated. I kind of like them. All I would request is that we make sure that we just be a little more succinct, and then pass the mic to other people for response. I want to see the back and forth, the volley and the serve.
Could I ask Abby a question? Quick question.
Well, first of all, I want to ask if Brad was complete, and I know the Emperor wanted to respond. Brad, are you complete?
No, we are not binding to this fucking faux organization that does more harm than good. And as someone who's, and I'm sure there's other veterans on this stage who can attest to this, we're well fucking aware of the blue on green fucking attacks from you fucking retards that want to fucking claim UN sanctions and we have an imperialistic thing, because we're aware of our brothers and sisters who've been shot at by cock monkeys like you. And as far as you towelheads fucking preaching about the UN, I don't give a flying fuck. I hope you guys fucking figure out that the suicide vets don't fucking work after you try them, because I'm quite sick and tired of you guys trying to use the UN as a shield against the US and you being able to circumvent it.
All right. Well, hold on, Emperor. I'm going to just clear the deck for you. I just want to let everyone know Emperor is going to respond, and if he says something that somebody disagrees with, go ahead and write it down. You'll get a chance to respond, but we're going to let Emperor speak, and then I know Jules wants to go. So we're going to have a little bit of a queue, a little mini queue, not a full queue, just a mini queue. Emperor's going to go uninterrupted, then we're going to go to Jules, and then we'll just pop it back around. And I do want to make space for people that I know are a little less likely to punch their way in. There's some introverts that are on the stage that want to speak. I know this. So let's try to find a space for him. But Emperor, go ahead, followed by Jules. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first, Brad, if you're gonna bomb the United Nations, I don't know if you know that, but the headquarters of the United Nations are in New York. To the point of whether UN Security Council resolutions can create legally binding obligations on every UN member state. The legal basis of it would be Article 25 of the UN Charter. Members agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Again, reminding you that the UN Charter itself is ratified by the United States and signed into law. And as Mojo rightfully introduced nuance, that it is still the law of the land. And the Security Council legal obligations would be self-executing.
Again, there's no enforcement ability. What are they going to do?
Abby,
A different topic.
let me ask you a question, Abby. I don't think that the UN is a treaty. That's where I'm coming from. I was in the tax field. I was an international tax examiner. We had treaties with certain countries. When we had a treaty with a certain country, the treaty took over our laws. We had to abide by the treaty. But that was a treaty with a specific country, not a United Nations. Like we had a treaty with the UK, for example, that interest expense would be done under certain formula with the US-UK treaty. Okay? Not under normal circumstances. The interest expense you pay is what you deduct. We have to follow the treaty. Now, of course, when there's a treaty, there could be disagreements within the treaty. I mean, we could be fighting with another country. I don't want to use the term fighting. We have a disagreement and we have to take it to courts or go up to higher authority, and it can go on forever, which is the right way to do something. Now, my question to you, Abby, is the United Nations, I think he's wrong that the United Nations is a treaty. What do you say, Abby?
What I was trying to say before, we entered into a treaty on certain provisions of the United Nations. There are certain treaties, like, let me give you an example. We entered into the civil, it's a covenant, let me try the initials, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and we're bound to that because we entered into that particular aspect of what the UN treaty was. But still, there's no enforcement ability of the UN. These are it's an outline. I put this in the chat. A framework for the international community to cooperate, but it doesn't. The UN doesn't create laws at all. I mean,
that's right.
So you have to look at it that way. We have made an agreement with certain aspects of what they do, but we specifically carved out that they don't have supreme power over our legal system. If we want to enter into an international treaty on a specific area, we have, but not generally everything the UN does. It's not how we entered into the United Nations in the beginning. So I think the word treaty is throwing people off as you're seeing it. I don't know.
Right. Well, I would say this, that the UN Charter is a treaty, but the treaty results in how it's organized, and we agreed to the organization of it. But we didn't agree to any kind of supremacy in it.
Again, the treaty itself says that, for example, Security Council resolutions, right, Article 25, agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council, right? Now, U.S. has a veto on the Security Council, so it can guard against any action that are aimed against U.S. interests, right? But it doesn't mean that legally Security Council resolutions, if they're awarded in a legally binding manner, are not not binding on the United States if that resolution came to pass.
Could I ask a simple question? Or maybe try to see, because I understand you all have a in-depth, and I'm trying to learn something. So if I listen to, I've heard the word binding and different things, or not enforced. So if I put it in the perspective of like a speed, like here in America, speed limit. A lot of us break it, but if they pull you over, you can pay a penalty. Is that the treaty and the UN type situation?
No.
What I'm saying
No, the answer is no.
that if you break it, nothing's going to happen to you, right?
This is like you jaywalking in fucking France. That's the extent of it. It's akin to that. Maybe you get punished, but I doubt it because it's fucking Paris. And let's be honest, it's the French. No one expects much out of the French. So overall, again, it's irrelevant. They have no say. It's like, so here, take this. I will say this. England is full of pussy wanked fucking bitches. That they are feckless, they're colonizers, they're horrible people. They don't, I think we should have, continued and invaded England again after the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. I think we should have conquered England. I think many nations should conquer England and make them slaves for 1,000 years. And I hate England. I think the Queen is better off buried in the ground, and thank God Lizzie's in a box, along with Princess Diana. I hate all of that. So now, according to English law, I can be prosecuted. Because it's hate speech against the crown. It's hate speech against their government. It's hate speech against the country. They have laws against me targeting their own people. You know what? Good fucking luck, England. Come try it, because the United States will not tolerate you trying to enforce your crime laws in our own land. We are not responsible to the United Nations or any other nation. And secondly, we carry the biggest stick. We have the biggest weapons. We have the best weapons. We have the better fucking everything around. So again, the rest of the world is kind of like, oh, we wish you wouldn't do it. And the UN does not have any legal bindings or power over anybody in the United States without going through the president and our own Congress. And Congress and the president are really strict about that shit. So are the courts. So they don't let the
real quick,
Emperor.
On this?
That's what I was about to ask Abby. Yeah. I think Brent's here.
Bren, why don't you co-counsel this with me? I got to get dressed for something. Bren?
Yeah, was there a specific question? I've been listening.
He's been citing the supremacy clause, claiming that because the treaties were passed by the Senate, that it becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds American citizens, and it binds us.
Didn't say citizens.
Yeah,
and we were explaining that when the UN was founded and what treaties we have with the UN, it's not, we haven't accepted.
I've specifically been talking about the UN Charter only.
Right. And we're saying we're not subject to the full UN Charter.
Yeah, so when the UN was founded, right, you have the UN Charter that was drafted. Every single member state that currently exists inside of the United Nations, whether you have, you're one of the five with the permanent veto power on the Security Council, or you're any of the lesser member states, you have agreed upon your membership or your entry, right, to the ratification process. And that process says that you are going to abide by, in entirety, the UN Charter as it is when you joined. So one of the things that's there is that the United States, the UK, China, Russia, essentially the founding member states, they agreed to the charter in entirety as it was drafted. Any amendment to that along the way, there's a perceived agreement and a perceived obligation of duty, but there really isn't an enforceable obligation. So as they have made adjustments to the basic UN Charter and the standard rules and provisions operating, if you're one of the original nations, you're only bound by the original rules. Now, when it comes to different decisions that the UN passes, right, the General Assembly passing a resolution means absolutely nothing for enforcement. It has no enforcement action, right? That resolution can then be pushed to the Security Council, and the Security Council is the enforcement end of the UN. right, which is the permanent members, including the U.S., including Russia, including China, including the UK, including France, that have veto power, right? Everybody else is not a permanent member in the way of veto standing. And so if a measure is passed in the General Assembly, it's a recommendation at best, right? It's an advisory of the opinion of the majority of the nations that are member states. It is not binding on anybody for action. The Security Council then meets on these things. And if a permanent member vetoes it, nobody's bound by that lower decision because it is not considered passed. So if we veto it, if Russia vetoes it, if China vetoes it, it is not a passed measure and therefore it's not binding on anybody.
And the question isn't about binding. The question is, does it supersede U.S. law?
Well, there's a difference between U.S. law and international law, right? The U.S. is an entity, it's a sovereign nation state that has agreed to certain things. If the U.S. agrees to abide by an international standard, that doesn't make that a U.S. law, right? That means that the entity of the United States has said, sure, we are willing to abide by that. That doesn't change the laws on the books in the United States. And so
that's not my question. That's not my question.
That's what you just asked. So perhaps you would do better at wording it more specifically.
No, all right.
That's literally what you just said.
Does it supersede U.S. law? For example,
here's the thing. I assumed you would be able to pull that answer out of what I just said to you, right? If they are not, if the United States is not bound by something, right? So if the United States says, hey, this is a General Assembly ruling, we are not going to veto it, it's now a Security Council ruling, this is now international law and expectation, right? That does nothing on affecting the United States internal legal system. So there is nothing to say that supersedes anything, right? They're two different things. It's like two cars parked in the same garage. The United States has its international obligations as it agrees to abide by them. Then it has its own ruling structure for inside of its own domestic border. Those are not the same thing. It's two handbooks. Right? It's like having one set of rules for your house and one for your lake house. You may be involved in both of them, you may use both of them, but the rules are different. And so it depends on what are you talking about superseding. Because you're using two different sets of rules for two different implications. Inside of the United States, inside of its domestic sovereign territory, the U.S. is bound by its own rules. Engaging outside of its own territory, it's bound by international regulation that it's agreed to. Those are two very different things.
I think the Constitution was part of it. They had mentioned the Constitution. It impacts the U.S. Constitution from that.
Wait, Gary, can you allow Abby to respond to Brent?
He was trying to make the legal argument that via the Supremacy Clause, because a treaty is ratified, that becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds us and our actions through the Supremacy Clause. So
the domain of international relations.
Yeah, no,
that doesn't work.
Not at all.
So,
the U.S. Supreme Court has never issued a ruling. It's not been read that way in any way, shape, or form. Our laws do not change because of agreements we have made on the global stage. Our guidelines do not change because of those agreements.
You don't understand our
Can I get a word in?
Can I respond to something?
We have one mic.
Ren.
I'd like to get a word in when I can.
why don't the guy who makes the argument, what's your name? Why doesn't he respond to Brent?
Emperor. It's Emperor. Brent, real quick for clarification, Brent. What is your title? Like, what is your job title, Brent?
So here's the thing, as
Reason
most
he's
of this
asking
room
is
knows.
because the
No,
dude
hold on.
said-
We have one mic. It's fine. I'm okay with answering this. I'm okay with it. I sit on a federal bench within the United States federal judiciary. I'm not getting more specific than that due to documentation.
That's all we were looking for, Brent. Thank you.
Okay, I know Anson was trying to get in. Anson, or let's do Emperor have some rebuttal because Anson wants to just get in the queue. Anson, Emperor, did you need to say anything?
Yeah, thank you. Not really rebuttals. I'm in full agreement with Brent. I have never said that the UN Charter governs domestic law. I have said that according to the U.S. Constitution, under the Supremacy Clause, under which the UN Charter was ratified, the treaty, here's the wording, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law to land. Now, that doesn't mean that overrules the Constitution, right? Or it's on equal ground of Constitution. There are Supreme Court rulings on this stuff that Brent can talk about, but UN Charter does not govern domestic issues of the United States. UN Charter governs international relations, right? And the things that UN Charter outlines as the responsibilities of member states are not only the stuff that goes through Security Council, although that includes too, as Brent has discussed, right? Stuff like other responsibilities that are part of the UN Charter itself, right, is refrain from the threat of using of force, right? A prohibition of the crime of aggression, of attacking another state outside of self-defense, right? Threats against states' territorial integrity or political independence, that's Article 2 stuff, right? Like, this is all international relations stuff. So yeah, those are obligations on the United States.
The Iraq War proves that we don't need it because the UN was against it, and the U.S. said, fuck it, we're going to invade it, and we went through in 2003. So again, you finish talking, and you can't, and you want everybody to do this one mic thing, but you can't shut your own fucking pie hole. So again, that whole level of respect.
Do you need a hard?
I know. I think you just need to shut up. I think
we're going to move on to Anson. Anson would like to speak. We're just going to move on to Anson. Go ahead, Anson.
Wow. I looked at the poll, and I wonder, based on the results of the poll above, the quality of K-12 education. And then I think about the quality of discussion on Clubhouse. And I again say, wow, I'm complete.
Okay, so did Brad want to go? Did Brad have anything to say? Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I didn't see the poll up there. I'm actually shocked, but okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't really care that people can add anymore. I think a lot of people's points are just dumb. The Supremacy Clause in the United States, like the number of times that the U.S. has ignored the UN. 2003, we invaded fucking Iraq, did we not? I recall that. 2001, we went ahead and went full tilt and did Afghanistan, despite the fact that the UN asked for a calm, measured approach and a consultation. And against all the U.S. actions, we didn't give a flying fuck. And the U.S. tried to pass binding resolution that we wouldn't invade everything. And the U.S. said, go ahead, try to enforce it. Nothing there. We aren't bound by any of these. Let's see, there's multiple times. We like the number of times the UN wanted to bind and tie up Israel, and the U.S. said, well, fuck you, go ahead, try it. We still send weapons over there. We still send financial aid, despite them wanting to, condemn and hold courts and put Bibi Netanyahu in jail and hold him as a war criminal. I mean, holy shit. The withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. The UN wanted that binding. Trump pulled that out. So guess what? We didn't suffer any consequences. Again, there's no enforcement. The UN is a paper tiger. I don't care if it's located in New York City. You could put it in Beijing for a place there. It's not going to fucking matter. The U.S. decides what it's going to do, when it's going to do it, and how it's going to do it.
William, can you mic up? William, please? Mic up?
Wow, okay. So again, we are not bound to anything with the UN, and at any point in time, we will and have multiple times ignored whatever the hell they want to, regardless of their wishes. If that was the case, the number of times we would have been in trouble, holy shit. Like, I can't believe people really think the UN is our governing body international. It's not.
Could I get in the lineup? I'll fix it on, and like, there are murderers that evade law and are not prosecuted. That does not mean that law doesn't exist. I guess this is asking too much from Clubhouse, but there's a difference between normative conversation, right, and legal conversation, more specifically, and the actual existence and enforcement. If you ask me, enforcement powers of the UN is a strong, I would say no, but that doesn't mean anything for the purposes of these conversations.
But it does, Emperor. The concept of enforcement in the law, we can get into just the anatomy of law. Go ahead.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah, there's also a lot of this confusion that the UN, I guess, the UN, the Paris Agreement has something to do with the UN, but not really. Like, it's only UN is just like the conference venue. Yeah, and that's all, right? Like, the ICC that under which you mentioned Israel, etc., is very little to do with the UN. They have some reporting requirement to UN. That's the extent that they have to do with the UN. That's like a different body. You have some meme of the United Nations, right? We're talking about specific things. Let's jump.
Oh, hey, can I get in the queue?
Yeah, hold on. I think Abby wants to respond. Abby, did you want to respond to Emperor?
No, let other people. It's all right. I was just going to get philosophical with him about law, but let other people talk.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, Anson, I was just going to ask for clarification. You do realize it's 238 times 1,000, right? I was just checking.
Well, with my background in physics and, STEM stuff and teaching in school, I think I have a pretty good idea what the answer is. It's a very simple answer. Look at my comment in the chat, and I'll leave it at that.
Hold on. I just want to really quickly say, I normally don't do this, but Doc of the Apocalypse, welcome to the month. Please join the house. I see you down there, sir. It's always a pleasure to see you pop in these rooms. I think you might like this room, Doc. So if you're so inclined, if you enjoy the conversation, please join them up. Okay. Next speaker, thank you.
I want to say, Anson, your answer is wrong. I don't care what physics you know. I do appreciate your service. If you did serve and you're a captain, my grandfather was retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Korean War and flew the Sabre. So, 132 successful missions.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking that question was,
a crazy answer. Not
Sean,
not 2.3 million.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking the question is because we always hear boomers that'll be like, anything, they're uneducated and they don't know math and they don't know how to read, but then they go and ask like boomers, like, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? And they go, 1865? And it's like, Anson answers 2.3 million, when it's clearly 238 times 1,000, it's 238,000.
This is why Nancy Pelosi and older people should actually this is why we should have term limits.
I think that'll go completely off, Sean, but
I figure it was a vision issue. Maybe
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're not going to go after him like that. You're not going to go after him like that.
You don't go after people saying they don't know their math. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you say something wrong, I'm going to call your shot.
Okay. Anson would like to respond. I keep saying, gentlemen, please, one mic. Anson would like to respond. Anson, go ahead. Anson, would you like to respond? I saw you were off mic. If not, we'll just give it back to Brad.
Basic math. 238,000. The 238 times 10 to the third is equal to 238,000. Now, if you want to argue with that result, I can't figure out how you can do it with simple frigging arithmetic.
Anson, you answered 2.3 million. Anson, you answered 2.3 million.
I said 238,000 times 10 to the third is 238 times 10 to the 1,000 is 230,000. If I mistyped it, I apologize.
That's what we were asking, Anson. That's why we're asking for clarification.
Well, it's a simple fucking question.
No, we
can't agree on that. All right.
That's why I was asking. Maybe you didn't see the comma or something. I thought you thought that it was 238,000 or 238 times 10,000. That's why I was like, well, you called us all dumb, but we all answered 238,000. But Anson answered 2,380,000. That's why we're asking.
United States is not dumb.
That's because I'm a dumb old man.
No, I figured maybe you need your glasses. That's all.
I can't believe that the stage is erupted in chaos because he picked the wrong number in the poll. But okay, gentlemen.
Well, it was an interruption with a bad argument. That's all. So we had to respond. I mean, I don't care your age.
You have to drag them over, though.
I wasn't dragging him into the mud.
Hold on. Nobody's selected 23,800. Just want to put that up.
Fuck. A lot of you, I would trust Captain Anson, who's actually piloted a nuclear submarine beneath the waves fighting people, than a lot of you fucking waffles with your basic fucking computer that you went to figure out that fucking answer. Leave the man alone.
Thank you. That part, leave the man alone. Jesus Christ. Like, for real. Y'all can't be serious right now.
Well, I'm just saying, let's put him back in the subs. He's going to hit the damn wrong country with those numbers. Period.
Remember when you were looking
Nye and Brett, you don't have to protect me. I can stand strong, and I won't hit the wrong fucking target with my submarine because I'm 83 years old and I don't have a submarine to shoot from. God damn it!
Yeah, I just want to say we all answered correctly except for Roger, which clearly did it on purpose.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the wrong answer too. To trigger everybody. now everybody.
And I apologize for diverting from a rational discussion. I just got a little pissed. Sorry, shouldn't have done that.
Anson and I apologize for any disrespect. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I know I came across that way. My apologies to you, sir. And I do appreciate you serving for us. And appreciate you wholeheartedly. I mean it. Thank you.
And I was just busting your chops, Anson, that's all. You're a sailor, you should know that.
Well, I think that's all, I mean, it's all very humorous, and I will come back to that. But I do think that the controversy between Abby and Emperor is really, it raises a hard question here, right? To what degree is unenforceable law the law of the land, and to what degree do we expect people to respect it? I mean, people get away with crimes. That's true. So just somebody getting away with a crime doesn't mean the law is not the law, or it doesn't matter. There are, though, laws which, broadly speaking, are not enforced, and I think Brad is right to bring that up. It's like if we say, in Texas, the speed limit, it says it's 70. But I tell you what, I get on the freeway and it's 90 basically all the way to wherever I'm going. So I don't know we can really say that it's against the law to go 90 in the state. I mean, practically speaking, if you do it, nothing's going to happen to you. If somebody else does it, nothing's going to happen to them. So you kind of got to accept that it's something ordinary people do. And that's just part of understanding how the world works, really. Whereas, like, murder, okay, you murder people, probably you're in a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll be really honest with you. If you hit other cars with your car, well, that's not like speeding, and that's not gonna, be overlooked. So, right? I mean, there's a continuum here, but I could see the argument being that all these UN continuing resolutions are on the, the far, I guess, left end of that continuum where they basically don't matter.
That's what I'm kind of gaining is that it says membership, and I got a membership to a gym. I'm not forced to go. I should probably go more often, all that, but it's a membership. And if I don't go, there's nothing going to happen. But as you said with the speed limit, even though everybody may be going 90, if I get popped because I'm in a red car, sports car, and they decide to pull me over, there's a penalty to pay. So I'm kind of looking at it like, yeah, gym membership, speed limit ticket, I can get away with it unless I'm in the wrong vehicle. And maybe somebody will just check it out and pull me over. And then I got to go to court. So, yeah, I'm just looking at membership. It seems like a gym membership. It's what I'm learning from the conversations.
There are obligations that we have as a nation when we enter into a treaty, and they're enforceable. And what he was trying to say, I think if I understand his argument, is under the Supremacy Clause, if something was ratified by the Senate, a treaty, then in fact we're bound by it. So which is true as a nation, we're bound by a treaty and the ramifications if we breach the treaty. But the UN doesn't have enforcement on us. And we were very careful as to what we were bound to, and we pick and choose what treaties and what obligations we want to enter into. And our Senate, which is, that will then ratify the decision, and our House can pass laws, as well as our executive, with respect to foreign policy, that can reverse those obligations and can change the course in our foreign policy. So I'm still trying to understand where he's trying to go with this, because it's fluid, and we are not obligated to the whole UN Charter and all that it is advisory form. It is not something that we then pay, a penalty, or our country. I'm trying to understand what he thinks happens if we choose not to follow something that the UN votes on.
Even if one country makes a treaty with another, makes a promise to another, what is your condition on that? That there's no enforcement? So
there is enforcement, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the UN. It's not
You're right. I just wanted to understand. Hold on. I just wanted to understand if international law is a thing at all.
That's a whole other question, Daniel. I think we've talked about that in rooms, whether it is, and what's enforceable and how is it enforceable. If you went in your Texas example, you still broke the law. You broke the law if you have a tail light out, even though they may not stop you for it for 20 years. But if they happen to stop you, you broke the law. So, that's specific, and there's enforcement as a result of it. They can enforce a penalty, whether it's a civil or a criminal one.
Sure.
The UN, it's more in an advisory role, but we have obligated ourselves to some treaties with respect to the UN, but not all, and not ones that would bind our nation.
From what you just said, some down by some point, Daniel, it was like all offered to me, right? Can I talk? So, Abby, on enforcement, I agree with you. I have never argued anything on the enforcement, right? I'm having a normative conversation. The United States has voluntarily accepted obligations enumerated under the UN Charter, right? Specifically self-executing parts of the UN Charter, which is most of it, right?
Not most of it. That's what's important.
It has conditioned, let me get to an agreement. It has conditioned ICJ, International Court of Justice, jurisdiction. So I would agree with you there. But this whole conversation started, right, because some other guy was on the stage arguing that the United States, by striking Iran, violated Constitution. And I said, right, that the stuff that binds the United States is not only the Constitution and War Powers Act, which I don't think, well, I mean, there are disagreements on it, but in my reading of it, it doesn't seem that the United States has violated it. It's domestic law. But the United States is also bound, right, by a self-executing clause of the UN Charter, specifically Article 2, which limits countries' abilities to go to war. So only legal way under the UN Charter, because it prohibits, because of World War II and everything else, right? It prohibits crime of aggression. So attacking another country is only legal under the UN Charter, which, again, the United States has accepted this condition. It's only legal under the self-defense clause. And that self-defense clause is further restricted. Countries disagree on the interpretation of the self-defense clause. The consensus opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense, like the one that the United States argues in attacking Iran, is not a thing. The United States disagrees. I was only going to say that majority opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense is not a thing, because we don't want to do stuff like Russia does in Ukraine, because it also argued anticipatory self-defense when it launched the war against Ukraine, right? We don't want to do stuff like Hitler did with invasion of Poland, because Hitler also argued anticipatory self-defense, right? So for a good reason, those things are prohibited under the UN Charter. The United States voluntarily accepted the UN Charter, which includes Article 2, which is self-executing. So it has obligations that it only can act in self-defense if in use of force. So it's valid to criticize that the United States is breaking the UN Charter, its own voluntary obligation, specifically Article 2, when it attacked Iran. This is
well, but then you have to define emperor. So I don't get too legal with you, but you'd have to define your terms, and you'd have to define what a threat is. You'd have to define what war is. You'd have to define what's a valid threat. Certain intelligence, and that's what I was trying to argue with him. That once the intel came back that it was threshold capacity, and the period of time before there was full proliferation was enough to feel the threat. What's interesting, by the way, in the last 48 hours, I read that they just discovered weapons of chemical weapons being shipped was either from the Houthis to Hezbollah or vice versa, and under the control of Iran. So the threats were not just nuclear, and there was a lot of. I think the question is there enough intel for a nation to feel that they can invoke that right of self-defense?
Or those things are going to.
And we can look at the 6-Day War as an example of it with Israel. Okay.
I mean, there are valid disagreements on this. What I offered you is...
Yes, no, I know them, but I stick by, when you say it, and you say it very eloquently, but all of those terms, all of those provisions that have to be the standard to meet in order to invoke the self-defense, all of those can be broken apart as to what justifies a threat. And what we could determine in our nation is a threat may be different than it's viewed in another nation.
Well, that's
right.
Okay, sure. And for you, that might be satisfactory, right? But we're talking about international law. Those terms, as they are written, are interpreted by different lawyers differently. That's why I said consensus opinion in international law. Again, because we don't have a supreme authority, because, again, ICJ was supposed to be supreme authority, but the United States does not accept the jurisdiction of ICJ, or rather conditions the jurisdiction of ICJ. So we don't have a supreme authority of international law, and countries determine whether other countries' actions are legal or illegal for themselves, right?
But do you
we
think
don't have a monarch.
So let me ask you, do you think we should? Do you think one country that has certain morals and principles to be bound by another country's? I mean, I guess it's a very philosophical question, but do you think there should be one supreme world law?
I think I don't want to go that far, but I think if we're criticizing Russia's attack of Ukraine as illegal, right, then it opens the question of the standard, right? Because Russia also argues anticipatory self-defense, right? They were saying that Ukrainians are genociding Russian population or about to genocide Russian-speaking population. That's why they attacked. That's their anticipatory self-defense claim. Why? As long as the rest of the international community rejects the notions of anticipatory self-defense, unless in extremely dire circumstances, which means immediate threat. And by immediate, and this is consensus opinion. Immediate threat is attack. Attack is about to launch now, not in a week, not in a month, not in some later date, but it is about to happen right now, right? That is the standard for immediate safety.
Well, I don't know. The 6-day war, was that going to happen that day? Was it going to happen within 3 days, 5 days? Do you think there was clearly a justification for Brazil to strike when they did in 1967? So, I mean, what's an imminent threat? Can an imminent threat be the proliferation of a nuclear weapon and the capability to deliver it? So is that enough of an imminent threat? And also having your ships attacked by proxies and your troops attacked by proxies? You tell me, what's an imminent threat?
Again.
Sorry, I'm going to have to, someone else is going to have to jump in, and I got to go to dinner.
Please, somebody else jump in.
Sorry, Anwar, if it's disturbing you.
I mean, this is like a particularly detailed issue, which we're not gonna. Then it's coming down to what is an imminent threat, right? But I think the broader concern here is that international law has written a lot of checks it can't cash. No one who has the actual problem of considering an imminent threat is turning to international law to address that situation. They're on their own and they know it. And there's many other areas where, we would like for there to be law in this area. We would like there to be for there to be a court we could go to, but there isn't. And nations have to appeal to the court of war to sort things out. And I think here, the people who trust in international law trust too much, basically, and need to get real. And that's mostly Europe, to be totally honest, at this point.
I'm not European, I'm not American. I agree with you, but from other standpoint, I think they should, like we collectively, as people living, should learn from the lessons of World War II and strengthen international law, right? Because we don't want to end up in a situation pre-World War II and pre-League of Nations, or the League of Nations was very flawed, right? Without any governance of these issues, so that everybody can attack everybody. That's not a good world to live in. So I think everyone has a vested interest to have good actors on the international stage that follows established rules. The rules are imperfect, the institutions are imperfect, the laws are not necessarily perfect, right? And maybe they, as you have said, can cash the check, right? They are too ambitious maybe, but that doesn't mean they normatively shouldn't be held to some, aspiration. So that would be my argument.
I also think we leave off a really important part of this discussion, which is the cultural effect. There's a lot that happens between not just the UN, but all these other organizations on a global stage that have things that occur outside the nation state that are beneficial to life. You would not want to have a world without it. You can improve it. You can take whatever's not cash as a check, as Emperor was just saying. But you're definitely a better off world with it than without it. And let's be clear, Jason, just to put it in context, like there is a field of law called international law that goes beyond the United Nations itself. And, there is standing that occurs from one nation's laws that propagate to another as well. I mean, is the judge still here to validate this? Have we validated? There are precedents that end up, getting propagated from one country to another all the time. I mean, this had recently happened, with a group of old ladies in Switzerland that were able to successfully prosecute a lawsuit against their own government, the climate law, and it got used as precedent immediately in 4 or 5 other countries.
All right. Are we ready for our new topic, ladies and gentlemen, or do we want to continue with the routine?
I mean, look, let's try to be constructive. I would be happy to talk about something else. What are you doing? What are you doing over the weekend?
The conversation.
You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out. But yeah, like what are you guys doing over the weekend? Let's talk about that.
Nana, can you tell us about your room tomorrow afternoon in Access Hollywood?
Oh wow, yeah, tomorrow 2 p.m. Central. I have a house here for those who like it. Can you hear me, Scarlett? Am I coming through all right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a house on here. It is certainly not as thrilling and exciting as being in the muff, but we do talk about conspiracy.
No. They were arguing and fighting. Russia was fighting.
That's why everybody came in, by the way. That's why all those other folks came in. Because they all want to, like, sort this out. You know what I mean?
I was asking Brent about how much trouble Candace Owens is in. And Choose the Pooch comes to mind as one of the things that, like, where did that come from? Is that accurate? Choose the Pooch?
I'm not heard.
Meaning like she's in really big trouble? Where did I get that from?
Screw the Pooch. It's channeling Screw the Pooch, honey.
Alright, I'll stand corrected.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that expression. It'll be interesting if she wins her lawsuit. I mean, if she wins, if she wins the case, if the Macron lose. But anyway, Monica, you suggested perhaps a topic change. If there's no topic change, but the mic is open. If anybody wants to grab the mic, if they have any thoughts.
Sometimes because I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't hear you. I'm traveling in a different area. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I thought you weren't speaking. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Did you guys leave the Trump and Putin topic? Have you gone past that now from the original title?
We can circle back.
Yeah, no. If you want to, go ahead, Daniel.
Well, what the fuck was that? I mean, what exactly was that? Can anybody tell me?
Well, I think the speakers who were really passionate about that topic have left the stage. It sounded like to me, from what I gathered, it was a big nothing burger. I saw a quote on TV today that Trump said, the quote was, "There's no deal until there's a deal."
Yeah.
So, whatever that means.
And what about, did these guys talk about sort of the setup of it, the context of it, where it was, symbolism of it, any of that? Did anybody talk about that?
I don't know. Scarlett, were you here for most of that conversation? I know Anson had a lot to say about it. I think Brad had a lot to say about it. But
the vibe I got tonight was people were frustrated that there wasn't a signed thing at the end of the meeting. That was my impression. They were frustrated by the lack of information after a 4.5-hour meeting. But Sean was like, well, they only talked to half the party. So they have to wait for Zelensky and Ukraine to co-sign.
Yeah.
So I like what there's no deal until there's a deal. That's good.
Well, if there is a deal, if there ends up being a deal, that will be good. There's something that was done in the context of just having the meeting that was a huge thing for Russia. And you can go to the Russian media to see how much they were dancing in the streets over it, so to speak. But Trump...
well, wait, can you tell us so we don't have to do research?
No, basically, they love the fact that Putin was on the stage toe-to-toe with Trump, not with Zelensky, because it makes Zelensky secondary. Basically what it does is it puts Russia and the U.S. sort of on the same plane, like back during the time of the USSR. And the former premier president, I forget what the guy's name is, who arrived with him actually wore something that said USSR on it. And he arrives to a red carpet, which to me is a split screen on how he had his meeting with Zelensky in the White House, where they never even, had lunch kind of thing, and he dressed him down. And not only did he...
Zelensky was dressed down.
Yeah. And not only was Putin, warmly received, whatever, let's say, try to make peace with him and all that, but he also travels in the beast on the way there, which everybody could say it's no big deal. They're just a couple of minutes together, and it's nice that they're being friendly and so on. That's a significant protocol. It's not a norm. Let's at least give the best benefit that you could give to it. And, when the entire event is over, they were supposed to have a meal together and didn't. That's a mystery. And secondly, Putin spoke first. And what Putin had to say to me was very significant. He said two things I saw. No, one, he took the time in a very small address to say that Trump said that he would not, Trump said that there would not have been a war if he had been president, and he said he agreed with that. He looked straight at the camera and said that. So everybody who loves Trump and believes that there would not have been a war if he had been...
Can you bring up Al Caradino?
Just brought up that confirmation, number one. And the second thing he did was he started off by talking about this sort of shared reality of the United States and Russia being so close together. They're only 3 miles apart, and Alaska used to be owned by, and then talking about all the economic opportunities between them. But this is a peace summit. This is not about strengthening ties with the United States. This is a weird thing. Like, you can do one, you can do the other, you could argue you can do both, but this is, the thing says behind them, peace summit. Took no questions, didn't carry on with the lunch or...
Can you bring up El Caradino?
I don't know why you're interrupting me.
What you're saying isn't that important.
Isn't what?
Let Daniel finish his thought, and then Ian will make it straight.
I'll just give my take. You can take apart anything you want. But thank you, Monica. Anyway, this to me is very strange. Kabuki theater. I think that it is to draw attention away from other things they don't want talked about. That's fine, but there's no sense of creating any peace in the world without all three of them. And there's absolutely no peace possible unless they have an ironclad guarantee. And that ironclad guarantee has to basically be NATO, even if they don't call it NATO, so that he can never take any more land. And I can't see how they're going to pull that off. I can't see that being pulled off by a JFK, never mind a Donald Trump. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Thank you, Daniel. Al, did you want to say something, Al?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure my friend Al Caradino came up. I mean, this Trump Putin summit is not nearly as important to me as what's happening to our ancestral homeland in Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself, and I think that everyone should condemn Hamas as an international terrorist organization in the proxy of Iran, quite frankly.
And El Normo has had to change his name to come on the app and wants to just change the topic to his topic, obviously. But we were talking about Trump and Putin, so you'll just have to wait, El Normo.
All right, well, I said my piece. I appreciate the space. Thank you for hearing me out.
Somebody in the chat said that you are a troll, basically, and a loser, and that you hate Jewish people.
Oh, my Lord. The blasphemy and the libel and the slander.
El Normo? Wait, El Normo is Jewish.
Well, Normo's more than Jewish.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. How can someone be more than Jewish?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Maybe by being an ultra-Zionist, I guess.
What was the question, Monica?
Because El Normo's like a super-Zionist.
So a super Jew, is that more than Jewish?
Yeah.
That sounds disrespectful.
I wear that label trackly.
Actually, it is.
I wear it proudly.
Wait a minute. Why does he sound like El Normo though?
Because that is El Normo.
Normo, why are you Lord?
I'm not trolling. Why do you think I'm trolling? Zionism is inherent in Judaism, and anyone that doesn't agree is either a self-hating Jew or an anti-Semite.
Wait, so Monica, is this normal for real? Because I'm sure
It is. It is him.
Wow.
Okay, so this is not disrespectful, but it sounds like normal with extra Jew. I'm sorry, it just does.
Well, multiculturalism for thee, but not for me.
That's funny.
I take that as a great compliment. Thank you, Scout.
You are a character, Norm.
Wow, this is craziness. This is craziness. Okay, popcorn style. Who wants to go next? Oh,
I think El Carabino has something to say.
Okay, go ahead, El Carabino.
Yeah, I just think Putin really is the only international voice for Black people across the globe.
Can you break that down for us?
Blacks and gays too, right?
I did a documentary called Driving While I'm Black. I won an award from the NAACP. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my documentary. Jews and blacks have had a great time.
Can you put a link in the chat for us?
Of course, I'll put it in there.
That is actually real.
I don't know why the members individuals who are not members of the BIPOC community, y'all fascinate me with your obsession with the blacks. So go ahead.
The blacks.
That's funny.
Al, what do you think of the blacks?
They're my favorite subgroup in America. I just dropped a link to a documentary in the chat, by the way. It's on PBS. You can watch it. And yeah, we've been tied to them since the beginning of time. We share the same struggle. We've both been victims eternally. And we unite in our victimhood and our trauma bonding. And we've been trauma bonding together since the beginning of time, and we'll continue to trauma bond together. And yeah, my heart goes out to these people. They have it so bad in America. With the racism and discrimination, Jim Crow, everything, the systemic racism that you have with prison population. We see it in the numbers don't lie. And we need to advocate for these people and bring about diversity, inclusion, and equity. DEI. We need to bring it back. We need to make DEI great again. Otherwise, the country is going to go to garbage.
What about DEI in Israel?
No, not in Israel.
Why not?
Because it can't be a Jewish state unless it's 70% Jewish. You know that. You're just trolling. You're just trying to get under my skin.
You know, Ann Coulter made a comment.
Hypocritical, no?
So, Ann Coulter, I'm going to ask Al or whoever was talking, hey, tall lady. And I watched Ann Coulter's interview with the trigonometry guy today at the replay. And she made the point that Israel would never, and not anything historical, but would never have a Muslim leader. And everybody said that's right, because a Muslim leader in Israel would not meet the needs of the country or its citizens. And I thought that was an interesting observation.
Exactly. Why would we want that? That would really take away our ethno state. I mean, it's obvious. I support Ann Coulter, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's a wise woman. She knows what she's talking about. And we need to stay 70% at least, and keep the Prime Minister, the Minister of Internal Security, the Minister of Finance, the Mossad chief. Obviously, they all need to be us. We can't have any Muslims ruling everything out and tearing us apart from within.
It was a wonderful interview. She had an interesting take on Ukraine, and with Konstantin Kisin being Russian, there was some tense moments. And also, they just pushed her a little bit on her Vivek Ramaswamy stance about not wanting situations would be resolved. And she said, well, I don't know if you might have noticed or not, but Trump can be a little, can exaggerate a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, that's hyperbole in chief. Because Trump absolutely can exaggerate stuff.
And not do it.
Shit. It's not just exaggerating. He can't do shit that he says he can do. He can't do that. That's just not just exaggeration to me.
Daniel, I understand that you're frustrated and distrustful, and you believe that he is taking America down the wrong path. I understand that. Welcome to all ladies to the state.
You don't understand what I'm about it, or what I'm actually thinking or frustrated or anything in what you just summarized. I don't think he's taking down any damn direction. I don't think he even planned for that summit.
Well, that's correct because Putin asked for it.
Yeah, and granting it to him is a form of agreement that edifies Putin and his position.
Daniel, if I agree with you that Trump is really not a very great politician, would you agree with me that at least most of the country thinks that the candidate the Democrats proposed was demonstrably worse?
Yeah, at the time that they took the vote, for sure. And then if we would go by that fact, which is a fact that I would absolutely agree with you on, we'd also look at the facts of where it is now too, and what the numbers show right now, right?
Wait, what did the numbers show? Like, no, I'm serious. What did the numbers show?
I think he's got a 38 or 39% approval rating. He's got something over 65% of Republicans think that he's holding something back on and had a lot to do with, the whole Epstein thing. They're very worried about prices now rising. And that's amongst, even his own base. But even if you didn't include his base, he couldn't possibly have won what he won without having persuaded independents. And he's in the toilet on independents. So the numbers matter on the day of voting. They also matter now. Or they'll matter especially in the next election, let's say, or whatever. Right?
So his numbers are so low, I would think you would be happier, but you don't seem happy, David. Why?
Because I don't think the country is going in a good direction. I think it's going to cause a lot of damage. That's why I wouldn't be happy.
Almost like I said 5 minutes ago, sir. I said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in, and you said he's not taking us in any direction, and now you said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in. It's a little inconsistent.
Let me clarify my own communication so we don't feel like a prosecutor. Let me just clarify. By virtue of making no decision at all, I can end up having decisions made for me. There's a consequence to that, right? So when I say that he goes into such an important international, really as historically important as Munich was in 1938, I believe that was, but he goes into that with absolutely no preparation whatsoever, doing more dividing than unifying.
How do you know?
Can I comment? This is double.
Daniel, if you don't mind asking, how do you know that Trump did not prepare for his meeting with Putin? And then after you reply, hand the mic to the double, please.
Sure. Generally, there are norms in making international meetings happen like this, particularly amongst adversaries, which up to now Russia has been politically, historically, an adversary. There is more of a build-up when there's a sit-down for the proposition of an agreement, so that by the time they get there, they're simply signing what they've all worked out ahead of time. Now, you could say, it's just his negotiation style, if you want to give the benefit of the doubt, to go in and try to work it out himself with Putin instead of going through the underlings and so on and so forth. But if that was the case, then he needs to really come out with something like that. We'll see if he does. Maybe he pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
Daniel, since you're such a big supporter of the Now and the Democrats, they seem to be running somebody who is Muslim for a high office. Now, what is it about killing infidels that you think is inspiring? Can you just explain that to me?
But hold on, Benjamin. I did promise Double that he could have a turn
That's
of
right.
the
We
mic.
should hear from Double, but
And I know, Benjamin, you've been very patient because you did speak earlier, and I don't know if your comment was addressed. So, Double, the mic is yours.
Hey, before you go, can I just say, man, I am so impressed with the results of the poll, man. Got some smart people in this room. I love it.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say this is like the second day. This is like 2 days later. Daniel still has full-blown TDS, and the other day recommended he needed treatment. Today we see it again. He's saying we hear him having cognitive dissonance. He's contradicting himself. He has all this negotiation going on with even just keeping his story straight. And he's obsessed with Donald Trump and supposed incompetence, but really it's just that I think at the root level, he doesn't like, the person who's in power. He hopes that his preferred candidate, Vice President Harris, had won the election, and he's still in that, negotiation phase of the stages of grief. He needs to get to acceptance, and he needs help.
If I walk into a meeting, Oh, you wanted to reply? Go ahead, and then we'll hear from Benjamin.
I was going to say real quick, if I walk into a meeting unprepared, it's because I know my shit and I don't have to prepare, and I have the upper hand, and I know it.
Yes, time will tell if you're right.
And how do you negotiate and sign a deal when there's only two people at the table?
Well, that's the point. That's why Putin, I understood, said a deal has been made, and then I think Trump replied with, "There's no deal until it's signed." So there is a little inconsistency, but we'll see. Zelensky is not in a position of power. I don't know why people think he's got anything.
Do you know any Ukrainians yourself or had any in this room before, Monica? Because I know quite a few. And I can tell you that those people will never give up unless they have a security guarantee. They'll fight to the last person.
And what does a security guarantee look like?
That's going to be a very big problem to answer, but that is the $64,000 question, because what they put themselves all into a bind is that the only way they can have a security guarantee is effectively as good as NATO, maybe not call it NATO, that basically says that if Russia were ever to attack again, there's literally an international force that would have to stop him, because the case that the other side is making, and the Europeans are making as well, is that Putin's word cannot be trusted. We talked here earlier about international agreements and all that stuff. Basically, when you have a reputation as he has.
Daniel.
Let me finish.
Well,
no, but I'm making a point.
No, yeah, but you gotta hurry so then a response can happen.
Just let me finish and get it out.
He thinks it's a university lecture.
Thanks. Putin can't be trusted, so she asked what an international guarantee is. There's going to have to be a guarantee that they can't be invaded again. They can't take Russia's word for it. They can't take Russia's word for it.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. When they were disarmed, they were issued a security guarantee by the UK, by the US, and by Russia. So,
I'm aware of that.
Well, then it would be foolish for them to accept any security guarantee from any of those three countries, because one of them invaded them and the other two have not stepped up to stop it.
Yeah. So they have to have a better. They have to have a better one.
Well, no.
They're gonna have no one. I'm telling you right now, these people will never stop unless they have an ironclad security guarantee.
Do you want to sponsor it? Okay. Well, how about this? I'll just move everybody down and you can lecture to the room, and then we don't have a conversation. How about that?
Nope. I'm just gonna speak up for my point. You can do whatever you.
So here's the point. You're saying that that they would stop if they get a security guarantee.
but they had a security guarantee and they find themselves in this situation.
Good enough. It wasn't good enough. It failed. Doesn't mean they're not going to try again.
Okay, got it. All right. I'll just move on. We'll just. I suppose if you were. I suppose if you were the leader of Ukraine, you would look to who? The UK and the US for a security guarantee?
I think it's going to be NATO.
Oh, okay. All right, because the UK and the US shirk their responsibilities.
Yeah, they're too small. NATO is not small. That's exactly what he's afraid of. That's exactly what he respects, and the only thing he's worried about is NATO.
Okay. All right.
And you think he's going to sign a deal which basically gives the Ukraine de facto NATO status?
As I said, I don't know what the solution is going to be. I can't figure one out because right now I can tell you those people they will never give up unless they at least receive the security guarantee. I'm just being real simple with you.
What do you think Putin's motivation is? Where would he stop and what is he after?
Oh, he's after reconstituting the entire Soviet Union. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. So he failed in Chechnya. What happened in Georgia? What happened in that city in Moldova? That's like basic Russian enclave. Did he stop there? Did he stop in Georgia? Are there two independent states in Georgia, one on each side of the Caucasus Mountains, and they just exist and they're basically Russian provinces? They have a flag there. They consider themselves Russia. Did he constitute anything other than those two regions? What about the city in Moldova, which is basically a Russian enclave? Do you not understand this is about the Donbas region, and it's about him having more than just one little highway with a few miles on each side of it in the Donbas region? And all he's trying to do is say, hey, give me this, and I'll give you back all the other land that I took.
Sure. If I took him at his word, I would absolutely see that. I also don't think that people speaking a language and having a culture on a sovereign borderline become your property just because they appeal to your culture. If you did, then you accept it. When Germany went into the Rhineland and Czechoslovakia and all that stuff before the official war started, Austria, everything, they said those are all our people. They're all German people. He's saying those are all my Russian people. Why is that any different?
Well, you're drawing a comparison. Do you think that the Russian-speaking, Russian culture, Russian DNA, or by ethnicity in the Donbas region who have wanted to leave Ukraine and be a part of Russia since before 2014, before he took Crimea, do you think these people want to be a part of Russia? Or is it just Putin coming and saying, you're Russian and we're going to force you into it? Which is the pacification?
Well, I look at it this way. If you are absolutely right that those people wanted to be part of Russia, I would see evidence by them actually declaring that, not by the troops coming in to declare it for them.
They did declare. Where have you been? Where were you in 2014?
Sorry. You're saying, in 2014 they were invaded. They did not have the population declare themselves wanting to be Russian by democratic means.
They formed two groups that had three letters. I don't remember what it is, but there's two different groups that have been saying this before 2014, before he took Crimea. This is not a new thing here.
So he took Crimea, you do admit that?
Yes, I absolutely admit that he took Crimea.
Under the Obama administration, if I remember correctly. Gentlemen, we have some new speakers on the stage. Benjamin's been trying to get in a while. Steve, always a pleasure. If we can move the mic around, I would appreciate it.
Oh, real quick, just a question for Daniel. He seems very confident in his support of the Democratic Party. I want to just call it, well, maybe the Islamic Party. Maybe this one better. Just can you explain to me, given this choice of running a person who openly adheres to Islam for a mayor of New York? Daniel, what is it about killing the infidel that makes you want to go out and vote for the mayor, be your candidate for mayor? Can you just tell me how that works? Love to know. Thanks.
Yeah. So thanks for your question. First of all, I look at international conversation much more than local conversation. I don't live in New York. I'm actually a Canadian citizen. I don't vote in America. I do have taxes that I pay through institutions that I manage or own, and very embedded in American society. But I'm not going to say that I am a voter of any party of any place in the world. not that often to vote anywhere. So nice try. I'm just commenting
Well, how
on
is Junior Trudeau doing in Canada? It's been kind of quiet.
Trudeau is out of power.
Junior, his replacement, Mark, is it? How's he doing?
He's doing good enough. He's doing better than what the alternative would have been.
I disagree.
I understand.
Yeah, inflation's been out of control in Canada, totally unaffordable.
I'm sad to hear that.
Our economy's in free fall.
What do you think Canadians think that's due to?
The rebalancing of the tariff?
So it is amazing, like the Liberals stayed in power in large part because many Canadians like Daniel, many voters, have been propagandized to the point of themselves having TDS despite, you know, Trump not being a politician in Canada. He's not a Canadian. But yeah, a lot of Canadians have TDS and they decided to continue to vote for the Liberal Party, who has ruined the country for 10 years. They're continuing because they had
The
such
joke about the
strong
51st
TDS.
state might have been poorly timed.
I agree.
Okay, if you agree, then you have an explanation for what took place, and you know that people didn't want to keep the Liberals in power. They actually did perceive that this foreign actor was actually threatening America. Threatening Canada.
Oh, yeah, it was foreign?
Canada was threatening Canada, and like I've never seen Canadians more united. It was almost like that thing in the movie when the alien comes from outer space and suddenly all the nations are going to bind together. All the Canadians came together against Donald Trump.
They came together to collectively, you know, commit sort of economic and political suicide.
We'll see.
Congratulations.
Could I ask Daniel a question about this when my turn comes?
Benjamin, the mic's yours.
So Daniel, I am kind of curious about this tariffs business because you kind of accused maybe Donald Trump of attacking Canada by raising tariffs.
I think to clarify, he's attacking the world, not Canada. Canada.
Oh, okay. But just to be clear, it's the tariffs, right? The tariffs are the attack.
Yeah, it's a form of warfare.
Do you remember how high those tariffs were that he was threatening Canada with?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they were higher than what he actually applied.
Higher than how much? So 30%, 40%, 50%?
You know, I can't follow. I
say when? 70%, 80%? Say when? 90%?
So I have a feeling that Benjamin knows. So instead of torturing Daniel when he just said he didn't, could you share with us the numbers, Benjamin?
I don't actually know what the threat was. Let's say it was really high, maybe 50%. That's just horrible. That is just really violent. That is basically a nuclear bomb. Now, I was surprised to learn, honestly, I didn't know this before, but I was surprised to learn that Canada had already implemented 298% tariffs on U.S.
Show receipts to that, Benjamin. Show receipts to that. Nobody's ever.
Okay. Sure. No, I'll do that for sure. That's a promise, Derry. I'll get to it, very soon. Do you feel that Canada might have been launching some kind of warfare against the United States with a 298% butter tariff?
Well, first of all,
yes or no for you, Daniel. That's a yes or no, just to make this real easy.
No, I'm not going to say yes or no on fucking.
No! Okay,
no,
Daniel's on the record. Daniel,
please.
Conditionally. If I prove it, would you accept that it was warfare by Canada on the United States before Donald Trump was even elected? In that case, would you?
It's possible. I want to look at the context of it.
Okay.
Yeah, look,
hold my beer.
I said to you that tariffs are warfare. All nations can engage in it and try to do the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, change the title of the room. Daniel gets owned big time.
Wait, was that? Oh, is that motion or
It's going to happen. It's going to happen in 2 minutes. That's how long it's going to take me to Google this shit. and then we'll be in the chat, and then I'll come off mic and say, please look at the chat. 2 minutes.
Sure.
Somebody got some Jeopardy music?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, I'd like to know the security guarantee, and we exclude the United States out of NATO providing this. What military superpower is there within NATO? You go to Canada's, to Daniel's home country, they got a standing army of 70,000 men. Britain has about the same thing. And you're really going to threaten the Soviet Union with security with a 70,000 man army? The German army is...
You would propose that the United States no longer be part of NATO then?
No, you was, the conversation was that the United States and Great Britain are unreliable because they shirked on it before, and your comeback was that NATO was going to supply the security guarantee. And my question is,
I think I politely said that it was going to be difficult under all circumstances, but if it was ever going to be provided by anybody, there couldn't be anybody else but NATO, because it can't depend on any one country to stop him. It's going to have to take the entire world to stop him.
oh, okay. Well, I got the impression that you felt with the United States, because basically right now NATO, as far as the military entity, is feckless without the United States in it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know where you could say feckless without the United States. My question then became legitimately, whatever your opinion is, do you think that America should leave NATO and leave it to itself? That might be your position. I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Daniel.
If it's not your position that if the United States is part of NATO, it seems like an A-B switch to me, that if the United States is part of NATO and it is strong enough to actually prevent Putin from taking any more land in the world, that's all I'm talking about. The law. He should not be allowed to take any more land, no matter whether he thinks he has a right to, no matter whether he thinks the culture of Russians, no matter whether he thinks he's constituting the old lost Russian USSR. None of that is a justification for him to break the law and take a piece of land that's not legally voted for him or traded or purchased or some agreement that does not involve military force. If you allow one country on earth to do that, you allow every country on earth to do that. I don't think you want to live in a world like that.
Well, yeah. So you're the one that switched positions here, because initially the United States, by the conversation, had been taken out of this equation. And the question, NATO shouldn't even have to be a player in this. The Europeans, if they hadn't summarily disbanded their own military readiness, would not need anything other than the countries that are there. The Germans are perfectly capable of fielding a quality army. The French.
Do you think the Germans by themselves could stop Putin? Is what you're proposing?
No, you're missing what I'm saying. This is a European backyard, and if you had the Germans, you had the French, you had the major players within the European continent had been armed properly.
Then it would have been more of a deterrence in the first place, is what you're saying.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Weakness invites aggression.
I absolutely agree with you. And if you and I agree with that, then what minimum type of strength to prevent aggression going forward will be whatever the hell people can't figure out will be the appropriate security guarantee, and that will be the answer. And to me, I can't see anything in which the entire world unites to stop the aggressor, period. It's black and white to me.
Well, I think one of the problems we had in Ukraine was started in 1989 when we said we weren't going to move the NATO alliance eastward, and we got right to Russia's front door. Which I don't know if you know anything about the military strategy of Russia. There's a defensive posture called the Five Passes that the Russians have always considered strategic in their military defense of the homeland, because once you get through that passes, you're basically in the open country. And that's why this movement of NATO closer creates such anxiety. And they kept telling people about this. They told people about it in the 90s. They warned them about it, that this was creating a problem, and no one wanted to listen. Then we started sending the NGOs into Ukraine, trying to influence the election, trying to start talking about NATO, join NATO. These are all things that created this situation. Now, Putin, did he have his hand in? Absolutely. But to think that the West has clean hands in this is just disingenuous. There's a thing called the Color Revolution. You might want to look it up and see what it says about it. And we had NGOs in Ukraine that was deeply involved in that.
Yeah, there's no...
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is up. I got your links.
Yeah, so you found soft lumber also falls in this category that you didn't put up dairy. Those are long-standing, absolutely big conflicts between those two
Huge.
10 years.
Huge tariffs, right, Daniel?
Yeah,
huge tariffs.
Yeah, that is, I mean, if you think that's a fair comparison, I certainly do not. That's a selective, specific type of things that they have not worked out for many years. But Canadian American, hold on. No, overall, the Canadian and American relationship, if you can find me two countries in human history that have had a better trade relationship for longer than Canada and the United States have had, I will pay.
So now, just to be clear, now you're saying 298% tariff is not, is consistent with the best trade relationship in history, whereas like what, wasn't it just, remind me folks, wasn't it just 3 minutes ago that 30% tariffs were tantamount to an act of war? Daniel, your progress is remarkable. I've never seen somebody progress.
Thank you. Do you have
in 3 minutes?
Do you have a very close relationship with somebody that like not everything that you agree with, that you not agree with, right? So I simply confirmed what you already just pointed out as some
3 minutes, and we converted. We talked Daniel off the ledge in 3 minutes. He went from thinking 30% tariffs were tantamount to war to thinking 298% tariffs are consistent with the best trade relationship in the history of the goddamn universe. Daniel, front of the class, round of applause, most improved student of the year award. Everybody, put your hands together for Daniel Madelon. You are amazing, sir. You are amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad we can keep two things straight at the same time, which one has to do with an 80-year relationship between these two countries who are now dividing their interests and going other directions for the first time in 80 years. And I said, you can find, let me Benjamin, you're going to be able to say whatever you want in response. If you can find two countries that have a better relationship than these two countries for the last 80 years, I'll pay you $1,000. Anytime in human history, okay? You're not going to find one. And to say that you want to be taking over the 51st state and coming in with these swaths of, because there's a supposed trade imbalance, they've had their conflicts that they've worked out in selective industries, which is all you're pointing out, which I am not approving of or anything like that, but it is not an expression of the entire relationship with Canada and the U.S., which is what I'm speaking to. And if you think it's more important to cherry pick on just those two pieces, go ahead. Have at it. I don't have anything more to argue with you on that.
I'm not a professional educator, but, I've had my moments in history. I've been at the front of a university class. I have stepped into an elementary school from time to time. I've done the best I can with some of my, nephews and nieces and my own kids. I've tried to educate all of them. But Daniel, in 50 years of educating people, I have never had the opportunity in a mere 3 minutes to educate somebody as much as I have just educated you. So I appreciate
you've
this
just
moment.
the apex of your skills after 50 years.
This
so
has set the bar so high.
Make you feel so good about that. That really
this has set the bar so high for my future educational, serendipitous moments. I may never even try to study somebody.
Replay to just see such a perfect example of the legacy that you leave in all of your wonderful education.
I may never try to educate people again because for fear that I will not even be a third.
That's a shame when you think you've reached your limit.
But thank you so much.
What's in that beer you're drinking? Is that like domestic or imported?
Yeah,
Or do you have any magical powers? It's like a Molson, a Lucia? What are you drinking?
Glad to entertain everybody.
What's going on here? This is school. Don't interrupt. The bell's gonna ring 20 minutes.
The person that is spam waving at me, please stop.
Who is it?
Oh wait, maybe I don't see them in here. Janelle.
Danelle, why are you waving at her?
I'll wave in here in a minute.
Danelle, why are you spam waving at her?
Well, Curtis said he'd stop.
So Daniel, if Putin gets the warm water port, which he has with Crimea, and he takes Donbass, so he's got a big security blanket there, do you think he's really going to go back into Ukraine for more aggression and be this security force that you're talking about, or do you think he'll stop just like he did in Moldova and in Georgia? Bueller?
Yeah, I got a question for Daniel when you get a second. Well, hey, Benjamin, how come you haven't responded to the poll above? You know what? I did respond to the poll. What? Oh, did you change the poll?
He changed the poll.
Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Daniel, I see you haven't responded either.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll let myself win or lose however it goes.
Well,
and Daniel is winning.
I wasn't here, but I'm following Daniel and not following Benjamin. So like, probably Daniel.
Daniel is winning so hard today. I think picking Daniel would be better just because it would be more fun to listen to Benjamin crash out if he loses. Crashing out is not going to happen today, but
Well, who's Benjamin?
I think that's me.
Are you new?
Lizard people. I am new, yeah. Just got to Clubhouse.
I think she meant it like philosophically, like, who are you?
Wait, there are new people coming on this app?
Yeah, but I was just going to say no.
Now that would be new.
Oh, so this is a question for Daniel. Just because Daniel's like really beating the drum here. The Democrat is the Democratic Party.
And can I hold on a sec, Benjamin, before you ask? Can one person on this app right now confirm that I've promoted anything about the Democratic Party tonight in anything I've said?
Islamo Democratic Party.
Okay, so but only you so far have seen that, right? Nobody else want to raise their hand or just do a thumbs up?
Oh, well, I never heard you say anything that...
yeah, I didn't say anything about the Democratic Party at any time tonight at all.
You were anti-Trump, but you weren't, like, promoting the Democratic Party.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I am anti-Trump, and I do want to say, in all transparency, I met Mr. Trump before he was a politician. I have my own experience with him. I've told anybody that's ever asked me about him, I am not unbiased. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I have Trump traumatic syndrome. I was traumatized by him with 5,000 other people. And I was very close by him. And this is on record, on replay. Look at it on Clubhouse. 2 years ago, I told the story.
That's fair. Just for the record, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I am a no way Kamala supporter, whatever that is. So I'm just curious, Daniel, do you think in 100 years, a million years, the time it would take for the sun to burn out that Kamala Harris would grab, that would find the is the balls the right word, to invent and then impose a secondary tariff on countries that do business with Russia in exchange for the way that they've attacked Ukraine. Do you think the heat death of the universe would happen before Kamala would figure that out and then find the balls to do it? Or do you think that she would have figured that out on day one?
So here's what's fascinating. I believe you when you say you're not a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, right? I'm just fascinated with why you look so hard to find like what a ninja this guy is when he's such a bubbling fool. That's what I don't get, Benjamin. Please explain that to me.
Oh shit! Because sometimes there was actually a really good play I watched once about. I might even call the producer, but I'm not sure. And it was about a bumbling fool who just could not do anything right. He would like eat peanuts during the audio take and everything, just a complete idiot, a mess. But weirdly enough, serendipitously enough, like all of his accidents turned out to sort of like be accidentally genius. And he just like kept falling up. And it was really funny.
Being there with Peter Sellers, being there.
Well, it was a play, but probably, I mean, this shtick must have been done 100 times. It's super funny to watch. And look, sometimes I do feel like I'm watching the world's most bumbling idiot fail up time after time after time. And I feel like it's only possible because the Democrats left so much on the table. They made it so easy to fail up for Donald Trump. So, what did RFK do? Like 4 days after he was in office, here's an idea. Let's take junk food out of schools. And I thought to myself, you seriously, like the Democrats left that available so he could just become Surgeon General and say, let's take junk food out of schools? Like, that was so hard for the Democrats to do? Well, apparently so.
No, Michelle Obama tried that.
Hmm.
And Benjamin, can you pull the refresh?
Sure.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Shasha.
Oh, hey, she's like the third hottest chick on the app.
Oh my God, stop it, Roger. Hi, Roger. Hi, Serendipity.
Is that really you?
That is me.
That's not even like one of her top photos. She's like, I'm serious. When I said that she's like the third hottest on the app, I'm serious.
Honestly, that's a huge compliment. There's a lot of hot chicks on the top.
No fucking lie. There's been over 20 million downloads. And if half of those are female, which it's not, it's probably a third are female, to be in the top three.
I'll take that.
That's
right. That is a great question. Who's 1 and 2? Theo Brown.
Number one is Monica.
Wait, what's Monica? What's Monica? Monica Casa?
Oh, we don't call her that no more. We call her Scarlett with 2 T's.
Scarlett. Okay, that's my girl. That's 2?
Yeah, no, she's number 1. Number 2, this one you guys probably are going to disagree with me on, but I do like older women, and so Shirley's number 2.
Shirley. I feel like I know who Shirley is. I don't doubt she's gorgeous, though. Shout out to Shirley.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Shirley was 30 years younger and I was 30 years older, I would be so on it.
Nah, Curtis knows you too well because he guessed it right. He said number 2 is Shirley.
That's fucking wild. Curtis has been listening. I know I have a deal with Shirley. When her husband dies, I'm going to be a pallbearer, and then the moment he's in the ground, it's on and popping.
No.
Yeah, she likes this plan, by the way. She wishes that her husband would live a long life, but yeah, when it's over, it's over.
Gotta get on with it.
Yeah, what was the girl's name that barked at me? She was different. She was like, she's from a different part of town, as they say. And
what do you mean someone barked at you?
Well,
like bark?
Yeah, exactly. I can't remember her name. If I go and look at my Cash App, I could find it because I did send her some money one day.
Kristen? question? Did you send her the money because she barked at you like a dog, or?
No, we were in a small room and she was telling a sad story, and I subsidized her. Yes, B-worm. That was it. B-worm. B-worm.
Shout out to B-worm.
Yes. B-worm was cool though. She was funny. She's actually very attractive. I think she's literally insane. So, yeah. But she was funny. She's hot. Shy, where you been?
I've been in my own little corner of the app, to be honest. Especially, like, there's no more, like, conservative clubhouse really, so.
Was it ever really conservative?
That's up for debate. But you know what I mean, like, the other stuff. They don't really exist.
Yeah.
It really just be me and Jasmine in rooms, and whoever comes in, comes in.
Well, go ahead, Danelle. Danelle's never seen a pretty woman before.
I've never seen it in my life.
I'm gonna go mute up so Danelle can talk to the most.
I'm gonna start stuttering. I'm already sweating. It's pretty embarrassing. What's your background, Shishi?
As in, like, my ethnicity?
Yeah, just curious.
My mom's Puerto Rican. My dad is Brazilian. Utah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, you guys ever seen a beautiful black woman? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
wait, hold on. Your piece. Listen, I am the king of beautiful black women, and I'm just saying there is a difference. Shy is like a cut above. You know, I mean, there's a million great musicians, but when you see like the best musician, you're like, wow, that was an experience. Shy, she's one of the smoke shows of the app.
She is.
Oh, y'all need to chill.
You get all your flowers, but one thing I can say, and I hate to bring this up, I hate it, but I do. It's like I ask white women this all the time. Why was it ever a thing when slave owners used to get out the bed with their wives and walk out to the slave quarters and get black pussy? What was that about?
You know,
you gotta,
it's good.
No, you have a pussy right there. You have your window. You got your kids. Why do you need to go out here to the slave quarters and fuck the women out here that are slaves and the black women with big booties? Why did they do that?
You know the
answer is in your question.
They want some big booty.
Exactly. Thank you. Like, hello?
I'm not gonna lie, those African chicks, they're built different. Like,
they got some bad bodies, and a lot of them. I know a girl from Ghana. I look at her body. I'm like, do you go to the gym? She's like, no. She's just naturally.
Girl, they're just naturally
body, no stomach, flat stomach, like super hips and ass and breasts, big tits.
Your piece. Are you old enough to remember National Geographic magazine?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like.
Oh, I'm asking you. Are you familiar with National Geographic magazine?
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out these.
So when I was growing up, that was my only exposure to seeing African American. Well, they weren't even American. They were African women with big titties. And some of them had like bones in their nose. Others had these rings on their neck, but they had some big ass titties.
So that was your go-to for masturbation. We got it.
Well, I also had a Miss Butterworth and an Aunt Jemima syrup bottle. Those were happening too.
And Jemima had big titties. And Jemima was like a double D.
Do you?
And Jemima was thick.
Hold on, your piece. Hold on. Y'all remember Walona from Good Times? You guys too young for that?
Or D. What about D? D just died.
Yeah, she had a mustache though. Are we gonna point out Shirley from that show too? What's Happening didn't have cute chicks, but Good Times, you had the sister, you had the neighbor. like when I was a kid, I used to have a crush on Janet Jackson. That was probably my first crush was Janet Jackson on Good Times.
She's so fine. Was that Penny?
Yes, that was Penny.
Oh, she was so pretty.
I never understood why there's a demographic of white men who like women that have the bodies of like 10-year-old boys. I never understood that.
Are you talking about like guys that date Asian chicks?
Yeah, I never got it.
Well, not necessarily Asian, there's black women. I'm not going to speak for him, but it's like, I agree with that. I've never understood when I see a guy who's with a woman, and the woman is just like straight up flat up and down, like chest, no tits, no ass, straight up and down.
Like the legs are connected to the back.
Like slim from above, like. I'm like, she's not developed like a woman in any way. What the fuck? How are you attracted to her?
I had to work my butt off to get an ass because I had no titties. So my main focus is my ass.
Wouldn't it be easier to just grow some titties?
I don't know. I've heard some bad things about these surgeries, man. I'm trying to stay away from it.
Yeah, me too. Plus, I like having smaller boobs. You can get away with being braless a lot more.
Actually, no, because then the nipples are nipples when you are braless, and I just can't do that.
Yeah, I feel like fake tits. They always look like they have hard nipples.
Well,
do you all have children?
No.
That's the thing. After you have kids, and I tell a lot of women, young girls in my community, when I go back for homecoming to my college, I graduated from HBCU, and they're like all in this BBL. They want to fix this, they want to fix that. It's so much. It's just a new culture that the new kids get. And I tell them, I said, if you could just hold out after you finish college, by the time you have a baby, you'll have a natural BBL. Your body will form into that. Your titties will get fat. It'll grow. Just give it a minute. Like, you haven't even had a baby yet.
Well, I've had 2 children, but after you breastfeed, maybe you didn't experience this, but I know many of my friends and family did. After you breastfeed multiple children, they get big for a minute, but then they deflate pretty.
They do deflate. They deflate after the time when the child starts eating like table food, and they're not sucking the breast.
Yeah. The titties go from like a solid like a baked potato to mashed potatoes. It's like they just soften.
Yeah, they get sad. I just don't hate mine enough. Like, I have friends that like stay obsessed over it.
But you guys be understanding that's a part of being a mom.
Yeah, but I think to
and
me,
I'm thinking of Roger too. Like,
if you're obsessing over something, just go take care of it. Like, live your life. But like, it's not something that really upsets me. Like, I don't hate my tits. Like, some days I'm like, these are pretty good. And another day I'm like, fuck, they look sad.
You know, I'm not married to my ex-husband no more. Like, I do appreciate, like, sometimes I'll be breastfeeding our daughter, and she'd be like, she looks so beautiful right now. And I'm like, my titties look like trash. Like, the kids are sucking them. One's big, one long, one, it's dude, you gotta have a right man. I think there's gonna be understanding because some of the breasts are gonna be aligned and pumped up the whole time. No, I've had a couple kids. They're not gonna be the same. So you should fuck off.
Yeah, and some women they have one is a whole size larger than the others. Like I don't know. I'm the only one in my family that doesn't have a boob job. I'm like the last woman standing, and I feel like I just at this point, like, I'm just gonna be different and be the one with small tits.
And then, and on my breast, give me a break. I'm feeding your kids and breastfeeding, like, bro, give me a break. I mean, anybody on the stage, if you're a man, don't you think if a woman is feeding kids or a baby 24/7, like every 6 hours with her breast, they're not gonna be looking the same? Can you guys just give her a break?
I don't think it's the men so much that put that pressure on us. I think it's just ourselves and kind of the comparison thing. I don't know. My husband's kind of like, whatever you want to do, like he doesn't have it, you know. He's more of an ass man anyway, I think. But, and I still have a nice ass, so.
But that's good. Like, you still got somebody that's understanding. Like, my neighbor, her husband was not understanding. Like, she's like,
She's a food man, maybe, you know, maybe getting
she's had a set of twins. They told her to wait 8 weeks before they had sex. Do you think that man waited 8 weeks?
Oh, that's a shame. That's fucked
up.
No.
No. She said probably by 5 weeks he was still trying to have sex with me. And he knows, like, I need to wait. They don't care.
That's so sad.
That is fucked up, especially she had twins, so she probably had some tearing. I mean, that's not cool.
You know, you want to know what's crazy, Holly? I don't know if my pussy stretched out the older I got, but I tore more with the singleton versus the twins.
Is that because they were second?
Maybe.
Probably. Your first one. How big was your first? How big was your first?
All my kids were small.
Okay.
My first was like 6'4".
Yeah.
The twins were
that's wild though.
Within 5 pounds. They dropped down to like 4. You know the waterways.
Yeah.
We got a poll up.
What is this poll? Do you prefer big old titties, little old titties, or mid-sized titties? I don't know.
I wish there was an option for like any, you know what I mean, any cities. Like.
Yeah, my first shy was almost 10 pounds, and he was stationed in the back, so it's fucking horrible. So I definitely had tearing. It was, you know, not
What do you guys think of those big giant areolas? Like the big, like they look like buttermilk pancakes.
They look like pepperoni. Oh yeah.
I'm not a fan of a giant areola.
I think that's hot.
I only had tearing with my first daughter, because she did weigh almost 10 pounds, and that shit ripped my pussy, and I had to get stitches after that.
Oh yeah, me too. For sure I had stitches. I think my areolas are on the bigger side, but I've definitely seen way, way, way bigger. I mean, mine aren't like National Geographic big.
Mine are pretty normal, thank God. Yeah, they're pretty normal.
Is Mojo curating a intellectual discussion on Oreo?
They want to know, are you moderating, Roger, because we're talking about if you get your pussy ripped.
Wow, this sounds very like a very profound philosophical question. Roger, you are doing an excellent job of elevating the discourse here on Clubhouse. Very good job, sir.
I appreciate that, Concrete, but you know, when I talk about subjects, I like to know a little bit about them. So I know about them big old titties, them little old titties, the mid-sized titties. When I go into the spaces that you're in, you're talking about Hegel for 45 minutes, and then when I come to find out, you never even read Hegel. You should talk about things you know. Do you know anything about titties, Concrete?
A man asking another man about that seems a little sus. I understand that whites are much more comfortable.
Well, imagine having a 9-pound baby to your dick. How do you think that would feel?
Again,
if you had to have a 9-pound baby through your dick coming through that little hole, I mean, the pain that you would have. That's what we're talking about, the pain that we have as women.
Yeah, and Roger seems to be doing a great job curating this conversation. And I apologize for interrupting. Please, Roger, please continue your conversation on areola size and using the penis as a birth canal. Congratulations.
Concrete, a lot of us have so this is an inclusive.
You're a bit in the matrix, but Concrete, you're going to have to give me a break here. I'm in the back channel. People are feeling the need to send me photographs of their titties. So I'm giving real-time feedback on titties. So give me a moment.
Yeah, congratulations. This sounds excellent. Sounds very high tier. right up there with Hegel and Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas. You're doing an excellent job, Roger. Excellent job.
I appreciate your support, Concrete. Concrete, where's Ike at?
Again, seems like a sus question. Very uncomfortable for me.
Why don't you ping him in?
Into your comfort zone.
Why don't you ping him in?
I'm sure your ping button works just as well as mine. Pause.
No, probably not. Does this topic make you uncomfortable?
I just commended you for having a high tier conversation. I don't know why you would think that it would make me uncomfortable.
When's the last time you've been with a woman with great big old titties?
Again, a man asking another man that seems a little sus, and I'll just refrain from engaging.
You like to call that locker room talk. Have you ever been in a locker room?
Yeah. If you are comfortable having these type of conversations in a locker room where men are taking showers and so on and so forth, again, that's a you thing, bro.
Talking about titties?
I'm not gonna shame you for your preferences. I'm just not gonna indulge, right?
You don't indulge in titties?
Again, seems like you're trying to goad me into a conversation, and not interested.
Are you a homosexual? You're a homosexual?
Because I'm uncomfortable talking to you about this? Interesting.
Have you read your Bible?
Yeah, it's getting real uncomfortable. You went from locker room talk to now you want to talk about the Bible. A little schizophrenic, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, I take this as my opportunity. I'm going to take this as my opportunity to spit it to you. You have a wonderful night, Roger. Great conversation.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Interestingly enough, that we could talk about titties, and it's a better conversation than the room that he's going back to, called chillism.
Yeah, beef with chillism, Roger?
Beef? No, I like going in there, and it makes me feel better about myself to know that there's people that stupid. So I'm like kind of like, I'm a bit of a midwit, and so when I go in there, like I feel really intelligent.
Yeah, man. I used to go in there all the time, and then I got banned.
What? I thought it was a free speech zone.
I deserved the ban, though, to be fair.
What did you do?
Whatever.
What'd you do?
I don't even want to say it.
A hint?
I released public information.
Oh, yeah, that's a violation even in this room.
Yeah, I was really upset at that time. I know I was wrong. I wouldn't do it again, but I was really upset.
That's okay. You've grown. You've learned from your mistakes. I think it's probably worth it to have gone through it to end up where you're at today.
I think so too. That room is something. I mean, they have some good topics sometimes, but for the most part, it's just a room that triggers people.
Well, they banned too many people though, and made it to the where they kind of made it this like they banned some interesting voices. Let's put it that way. You know, where it's gotten a little boring. You know.
Anyway, where have you been, Roger? Because I haven't really seen you around until like in the month and your mojo now. So
yeah, I was off the app for about 7 months, and then I came back. Then I got clipped for like 3 days, and then I'm back. But I'm going to be on a week-long vacation, so I won't see you kind people until what's that, the 22nd?
Oh, where are you going? Yeah, where are you going?
I'm going to Vancouver, BC, and then we're going to Whistler. There's no snow at Whistler, but it's still nice this time of year.
That's cool. You said we. Is there a lovely lady in your life, or in your?
Why she got to be lovely?
What size are her areolas?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Don't let them drag you into this stuff. You're the one that's supposed to class up the joint. What the hell? Jesus.
I don't speak often.
I know. And then you're asking me about a female's areolas. It's very uncomfortable, I have to be honest. I think Concrete's right about this room.
But when he does, it packs a punch.
I guess you and I would have never worked out, Mojo, in the end.
No, I think in the beginning we would have problems too, but but no, you said you got a nice ass. It would have worked for a minute.
Could counteract the areolas.
Yeah, you just keep the shirt on and cover them baloney titties, and we'll be fine.
Come on.
It's okay.
Holly, if you try hard, you might be able to be his plan B number 2.
Right. Pretends to dream.
I could put you on the list. I mean, it's long and distinguished, but I could get you on the list. But if you look at my PTR, it says it all. It tells you everything you need to know.
I feel like you've used long and distinguished in other ways.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Curtis raised his hand. He don't do that very often. Well, Curtis, what do you got going on?
Why was Concrete so uncomfortable talking about females? And that was so weird. I just had to say it. It bothered me.
It was very, very different.
Virgin.
Yeah, but no matter the topic, that's how he always comes into a room.
Yeah, always wanting to be uncomfortable. Yep.
Yeah. Not only that, like, when people try to get biblical, I feel like they put so much on the woman, and I'm so tired of it. You know,
I like putting so much on the woman.
She couldn't have let you know what? She shouldn't have never led you to any garden with food and just let you starve. She could do that.
Hey, Mojo, do you think that, I don't know Concrete, but do you think you've actually read St. Thomas Aquinas on Essence and Being?
At least we led you somewhere where you can get food.
You know, Joe, I don't think he's read much at all. In fact, in talking to my good friend Io, the biggest problem with chillism, it isn't that so much that they're stupid, it's that they refuse to stay where they're at, or they refuse to leave where they're at. If they've read books, let's say up through junior high and then stop, they have no desire to pick up a new one. Like, their growth has been stunted, all of them. And you know, when we read books in this room, like we read the Tao Te Ching. That was a good shared experience where we read out loud to each other. If you were to mention reading a book out loud in chillism, what would you have to do? Like Dr. Seuss? Like, I couldn't even imagine what grade level you'd have to stoop to be able to get them to participate.
Well, what you're describing is arrested ignorance.
Hey, yo, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, fucking snap. Like, I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, pockets. So now you want to be a smarty pants? Tell me.
That was the first rapper in history, bro, was Dr. Seuss. He started the game.
Pockets. So you're a woman of letters, and you know these words very well. But how about math? 814 times 1,000.
Oh, not 814,000, bro. That's crazy.
Damn, my girl got skill. Hey, how come the women know math better than the men on this app? Isn't there like a trope that men know math and science and women know English? And
no, it's because we live on a clock. We have a clock. We have a clock literally internalized.
Shirley, did you hear that we were complimenting you earlier?
Number 2, baby.
I didn't hear, but I need encouragement tonight.
Got it. So number 3 most attractive woman on the app was Shy. Number 1, you guys know I have to go with Monica. But Shirley, out of all the women that have ever downloaded this app, you are number 2 most attractive woman on the app.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's absolutely precious.
Yep. Do Do you remember playing Monopoly and you get the card that says you won second place in a beauty contest? Shirley, I'm gonna mail you one of those cards.
So what? In what context were we having this conversation?
Well, Shy came in here and like all the guys like jacked off on themselves because she's a very attractive young woman, and we complimented her and we let her know that she's the third most attractive woman on the app. And so somebody asked the question, well, who's number one and who's number two? And I think everybody was able to guess that, you know, Monica's my number one. But I will say, Curtis picked it correctly. Curtis was the one that said that Shirley is number two. And that is true, Shirley. You are the second most beautiful woman on this app.
Well, that is very kind. I appreciate that.
And then all the other women are tied for fourth. There's no losers in this room.
I thought there was going to be...
You get a trophy. You get a trophy.
I thought there was going to be a Mojo scale of beauty, but nope, there's not going to be. There's only 1 through 4, and everybody's number 4 except for 1, 2, and 3.
It's a pretty good world to live in.
Very charming man.
You know this.
Well, I'm not charming. I'm not charming. I didn't say anything about your charm or lack of charm, dear. I just said Mojo's charming. Shirley, I described to them our arrangement. Some people cringed and was like, "Oh, that's not good." Can you describe to them what our arrangement is?
Well, he says he's going to be the pallbearer to my husband's funeral, and I'm his next wife. This is he's saying this to be charming. It is charming. The thing is there's going to be a lot of girlfriends between now and then because my husband's going to live to be 92 at least, right?
At least 92. We're hoping for 102.
Absolutely.
We should probably stop talking about this now because it's going to get very uncomfortable.
Well, someone has, one day we were horsing around and someone said that I wasn't a Christian. I said they didn't have a sense of humor.
What? Scarlett, we had a Clubhouse beauty contest. Any idea where you finished?
Well, as a beluga whale that's 575 pounds and 75 years old with a limp, I'm thinking I got first place.
You did, girl. Look at my PTR.
You get it, girl.
Yes, thank you very much.
Talk about how pretty people are.
No, like, well, I only changed the title a little bit.
Well, let me just tell you, Monica, you won first place, Shirley came in second place, Shy came in third place, and then all of the rest of the women on all of Clubhouse tied for fourth.
Molly has honorable mention.
Can I just mention something else that's big? And that's the budget for the United Nations at $10 billion a month. We spend $10 billion a month at the United Nations. Does anyone here want to keep working, 5 days a week to fund the United Nations here for $10 billion a month? That's what we've been spending for 25 years. It's unbelievable.
What does Grok say about how much money we spend on gender studies in Pakistan?
I can ask.
I saw an interview once. Who was it? Tucker Carlson interviewing someone, and they talked about soft power.
By the way, that's my nickname.
Donate now to kitoverforcongress.com. Every time Rich talks, I'm going to talk about John Kitover's campaign because, from what I understand, I thought remuneration or atonement for past grievances would be addressed. So, John Kitover for Congress.com.
Do you guys know how much money the U.S. taxpayer spends every year to support, is it crabs or fish that they put on treadmills?
Shrimp.
It was shrimp, yeah. Yes. So just so people are aware of this, shrimp on a treadmill, this is something that your taxpayer dollars go to. I know that you guys like to think that it only pays for roads, but it pays for shrimp on a treadmill. Look it up.
That shit's important. It's really important for the country.
I'm trying to visualize shrimp on a treadmill.
You can video. There's video. No, seriously, it's a giant shrimp on a treadmill in the water.
Is it Biden?
Wait, hold on. John, can you look up and see if the bill that funded the treadmills for shrimp, and let's see if Darren voted for that.
Sure, let me ask
Brad
Rob.
said he did.
I don't know about y'all, but I think it's been a pretty productive day on Clubhouse.
I like the fact that we recruited some people for the campaign. That was pretty good.
Well, I did get a text message. I wanted to share it with you all. This is what Edward
This
wrote.
doesn't sound good with your voice.
This is what he wrote me back via text message. Looking at comments looks like spamming and waste of time.
Wow.
So just wish him well and thank you for his time. That's all.
You know what that tells me? That tells me that the operatives from the Darren LaHood campaign, they sabotage yours. You might want to think about a lawsuit over that.
Well, I think I should be able to sue just on ballot access. But you can't really get any justice. It's very difficult, and it's a rigged political industrial complex.
Okay, so this man has no job. He answered a Craigslist ad, which means he kind of needs a job. And because of Clubhousers, he turned down a paying gig.
Well, the chat.
You know what? That was my fault. When we knew as soon as he agreed, we should have shut down the chat that way, and then removed certain people from the stage. Then he could have had a positive experience in the Mojo positive vibration space. And if that would have happened, he'd probably be out knocking on doors tonight.
So, Roger, I got a question. Has anybody actually ever looked into why they did the whole Frank Shrek stuff? I mean, I thought it was kind of, stupid and weird. Like, we're spending millions of dollars testing shrimp on treadmills, but when you actually... Yeah, it's the bacterium in shrimp and stuff like that caused by environmental factors and also overfishing can cause higher blood lactive levels in the shrimp and decreased endurance and longevity in the shrimp's life. So I get we're running shrimp on treadmills, but if you spoke to a scientist, you'd probably be like, there's actually a reason why we're doing it.
So Rich, here's the problem, right? I can say the most absurd thing like shrimp. We pay for shrimp to run on a treadmill, and there's going to be somebody that's going to say, yeah, I like that. Then there's going to be somebody that defends the gender studies in Pakistan. Then there's going to be a whole group of people that are going to defend the spending that we have on the military-industrial complex. Then there's going to be a group of people that supports the spending that we do on Medicare, and then Social Security. The interest on the debt is the third largest line item, and the reason why is because people like you think that we should defend the right to taxpayer dollars to fund treadmills for sure.
overfishing and bacterium and pollutions and shrimp and stuff like that? Like, that's not important or no?
No, you're right. You're right. With only $37 trillion in debt, we should do more of these experiments. Fucking, like, how are we ever going to know if our food supply is safe if we don't spend at least $40 trillion?
Well, do you think we should study like honeybees, like extinction of honeybees and stuff like that? I mean, you think that's like important or no?
Well, honeybees are crucial to the ecosystem. That's a little different.
So are shrimp.
Wait, how do you think we got this far, Rich? Well, wait, hold on. Are you one of those people that thinks the Earth is only like 4,000 years old? No. Okay, so how old is the Earth?
I would have to look up the amount of billions of years that it is old, but I don't have the exact number yet.
And how long do you think human beings have been walking on the Earth?
I think it's like estimated like Homo sapiens, like 150, 200,000 years.
Gotcha. And Homo erectus probably another like 40,000 before that.
Oh yeah.
Homo erectus.
That one makes me laugh too. It's almost.
I'm only laughing because pockets clap.
So do you think I'm like climate change and stuff like that, or do you think I'm saying that maybe over polluting, overfishing, and stuff like that's probably bad for like
That's not my argument, but I'll get to my argument. My argument is this: we got to where we're at by not worrying about a lot of that shit. And now that we have all these studies, and we can now tell you, the BMI of a fucking shrimp, all of a sudden the world is a much unsafer place. Everybody's got more worries. We're more stressed out. We're more depressed. I think we should go back to a time when we didn't have these worries.
Like what was like the estimate on like sperm whales and like humpback whales like 150 years ago in comparison with now today? And then on top of that, like the environmental factors of like putting these large wind farms out in the ocean and like fucking whales now suiciding themselves on the fucking beach. I mean, I think we should study some of that stuff and like try to figure out if we're gonna accidentally fucking wipe out all the fish and wipe out all the fucking shrimp and wipe out all the fucking humpback whales, and then we probably shouldn't be making lipstick, out of fucking whales.
100%.
I get what you're saying, that shrimp on a treadmill sounds like fucking outrageous, but like if it's showing like environmental factors and overfishing, bacteria.
Rich.
Yeah.
Why does it sound ridiculous?
No, because you just said, it's a shrimp running on a treadmill, which sounds like cartoonish, like it's from Looney Tunes. But when you actually look into the research, you're like, this is talking about like overfishing and pollutants in the ocean, and like we might lose all the fucking shrimp in the ocean, and that might affect like the entire ecosystem of the entire fucking ocean, or like harvesting whales to make fucking lipstick, or just fucking allowing the Japanese to fucking just murder every fucking whale in the ocean so they can fucking eat them. Like, probably a bad idea. We should probably look into that.
Did you guys know that they freaking make snails have orgasms for face cream?
I'm not defending like fucking transgender Pakistani shit, but like I understand that it sounds cartoonish to shrimp run on a treadmill, but I had somebody explain it and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Like, there's no way that it's actually like an environmental thing. And then I look it up and I'm like, okay, well this sounds like fucking something that we could do. Like, we should probably figure out if, we're going to lose all the shrimp in the ocean.
What about the fecal experiments? What about the fecal experiments done by Fauci? Those were super
They were horrific and terrible. I agree. But there might be a valid reason why they were doing that. I don't agree with human experiments on, like, putting fucking flesh-eating flies on fucking beagles, I think we could probably use some type of other mammal that, isn't as sentient as, like, a fucking beagle.
Wouldn't it have the point to use those types of animals because they have weaker systems kind of like ours, to where, so I feel like that's why they do that, which is fucked up, but that's why they did it.
Okay, that guy is an evil ass. That's why he did it.
Yeah, that's true.
Come on. Anyway.
There's got to be another reason besides that.
Don't we test anthrax on fucking rhesus monkeys to like figure out the effects on the human body, you know, when somebody gets exposure, and like try to make up fucking, you know, like different types of things to try to combat things like anthrax, you know, like I get what you're saying, but you know,
we test almost everything on monkeys. It's fucked up. We test almost everything on them. Yeah.
So millions of people don't die. I get that. It totally makes sense.
Yeah. We create viruses that weren't in nature and sync them up to want to see if we can make a vaccine against. I'm sorry, Fauci is an ass. Okay, it's late. I need to mic up.
Well, they didn't do it to make a vaccine. They did it to like try to further the advancement in bioweapons. I mean, like the Ukrainians are going, the Chinese are going in. I mean, it's not to like try to make a vaccine. It's if they're trying to figure out like how to fucking wipe out mass groups of people.
And there we go. The same guy who puts the flies on the beagle wants to know how to wipe out the old people. How conspiratorial do you need to make me be tonight?
One question. Shirley, what would you say, conspiracy or conspiracy theory?
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's
because a conspiracy is just 3 or more people involved in conspiring against someone or a group of people. So, like, a theory is just a theory. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I got a theory.
Oh, how many conspiracies are happening on Clubhouse?
Conspiracy theories or conspiracies?
Conspiracies. Shut up, right?
I'm so sorry.
Alright, hey, we're going to introduce a new concept. We're going to start it tonight. It's going to run forever. If you want to remove somebody from the stage, all you have to do is donate $5 to John Kitover for Congress.
Hold on. I think there should be a tiered approach to this. Like, if they want to remove a moderator from the stage, that's got to be at least worth $50 or $100. Damn. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the goo, and I do want to make sure it's worth it.
How much would it cost to remove a moderator and all their alternate accounts permanently from the room?
I haven't put a dollar on that, so we're going to simplify this. Look, fundraising is better when it's simple. So if you want somebody to be removed from the stage, you have to pay $5 to the John Kitover for Congress, and that keeps them off the stage for 1 full hour.
No, that's not worth it.
Including moderators?
Yeah, that's not worth it. We need like a tiered structure, like, you know, $200 in Monica and all her other accounts are gone permanently from the room.
No, I'm worth $100,000 and John would only get 50. No, I'm serious. $100,000 and I would get half.
Maybe on your life insurance policy.
No, Rich. Shut up, because you're annoying. You got the money, Daddy Warbucks. I heard you own your own business. You're doing great.
Scarlett, can I just, I want to provide a little pushback here. I think you're priceless.
I think this is a terrible idea, and you're putting a target on my back, sir.
The link.
And if you're going to insist on doing it, make it worth it.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, if somebody wants to remove Scarlett from this stage right now for 1 hour, it's going to cost $1,000 USD.
Wow, link is in the chat, everybody. Link is in the chat. Daddy Warbucks, where are you at? Well, negotiate.
Well, you guys pick John Lutier. He's got deep pockets. And then what we'll do is we'll tell him that Verizon is better than T-Mobile, and then whoever says that, he'll want to remove them, and then maybe we can get $1,000 from them.
I don't know. I mean, I would agree with that had T-Mobile not came out with the new Starlink. So the Starlink feature is pretty badass with T-Mobile.
John, let me know when so I can move myself down.
Okay, I think the campaign would be willing to take $50 right now to have Monica removed for an hour. Is anybody here willing to contribute?
Don't discount me, John.
Oh, this is the first. This is the first donation to the campaign.
No, $1,000. 1,000.
Scarlett, did I just hear you say that you were going to go down?
I will go down in a month for $1,000.
Shit, I'm running again. Why do you love this going down in the club? Proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you.
I might cough up $1,000, man. This is getting exciting.
I think that's you in my cash app also, by the way.
I like this music.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes for y'all to pull your little pennies together to donate to John Kitover. We don't even need a single donation. If 10 people do $100, it's done. And I don't think you should put a price on me, Hakima.
But Scarlett, what if you gave 50%?
Because I think that's bullshit.
Scarlett, how do you think it's bullshit?
Roger, I will stay within the confines of the rules of the room. But I just want to mention, within Clubhouse itself, there was a room, and I'm not going to be specific because that would violate the rules, but there was a room earlier that was talking about, is it acceptable to kiss children on the mouth or not? And if so, is it considered sexual in nature?
Was this a Buddhist room that was talking about the Dalai Lama?
No. It's one you're familiar with very, very well.
Chillism?
I am not going to violate the rules.
Are you gay?
What an awkward
No, it was not me involved in the conversation, Hakima. No, I did not jump to that shit.
Hold on. Here's another way that we can raise money. What if for every $10 you give, you can cause somebody from the goo that's never spoken to come up and say their, just give an opinion. You get to ask them one question. Like, for example, let me look. Now, all of these motherfuckers speak Kirill. For $10, I would donate right now $10 if Kirill would get up on the stage and allow me to ask him one question. It might be a math question, but one question. Kirill, are you willing to come up? I guess it doesn't work that easy. It's easier to put people down than to bring them up. Anybody want to put Kristen down? We're taking bids, starting at $1.
$1.
Scarlett?
Your money is going to go towards this campaign. I realize that putting ads in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, the biggest towns in the district, I'll just put the ads up in Chicago and get some college graduates to work on the campaign. Chicago's got a lot of unemployed college graduates. So, I think if you want to help this campaign, now is the moment. The dollars must flow. The spice must flow.
Tomorrow, call the University of Chicago, ask them what their process is for tabling, and then bring a folding table with the tablecloth, and then just have some literature, and bring a stripe so you can take the donations right there. University of Chicago has a lot of people. That is the one school in America that actually gives a shit about the debt.
4 more minutes before the offer expires, getting me removed from the stage for an hour.
Monica, can I just say I love your PTR?
I got $20 for myself. That's negotiable. I'm going. The first person to offer the money.
$20 will get you how much of 60 minutes is prorated for 1,000?
So my count, I got
250 for 15 minutes. $20 will give you 1 minute of me and the goo tequila. There you go.
I got $20 for 20 minutes, Roger.
Hakima, can you do $40? $40.
For 20 minutes, Hakima, 20 minutes of not hearing Ari Karen's voice on stage. 20 minutes.
Hakima, the way.
Like to say $20 for 20 minutes is pretty good. That's $1 a minute. That's really good.
I am negotiating this contract, Rich. Stay out the way because you haven't donated. You haven't donated. You shouldn't even be on the stage, sir. You don't even belong here on the stage because you didn't donate. As a sign of your true apology. I don't even know why you're here. Alright, Hakima. I can barely hear Hakima. Am I the only one that can barely hear? $40 for 20 minutes, Hakima, and I promise I won't move. Yes.
I said you are kicking and screaming right now. You are fighting for your life. I love to see you fight for your life like this.
John, have there been any donations in the last 7 minutes? Because this offer's about to expire.
Well, I think whoever makes a donation is going to speak up, but we haven't really had a meeting of the minds yet. Hakima, can we do halfway at 30?
30 for 20 minutes.
30 for 35 minutes.
For 25 minutes.
Going once, going twice. Sold to you, Hakima, the highest bidder. Link is in the chat. Scarlett, enjoy your time in the goo.
Well, I need confirmation of the payment.
You will get it shortly, I assure you. You will get it shortly. Well, upon receipt, she will be good.
I will do it myself too, please.
This is exciting. Maybe I could auction myself off. Actually, you know, when I was in college, I organized a date auction while I was living in Australia, and we raised...
No, Hakima, you got to negotiate that you get to be a mod for that few seconds to kick her.
I don't think...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's great.
I was a little tight, but that was just so appealing what you just said. But that wasn't part of the deal. I'm going to do it next time. I will do it again. How about an extra $5 for that? Okay, $40 in the end. You can't remove yourself, Scarlett. I got to do it.
No, sir, that wasn't part of the deal. I will not let you touch my PTR. No hands on me, please.
Her PTR, her choice.
Maybe we can do a campaign date auction where we auction off the most beautiful girls on Clubhouse to a Clubhouse date.
Ooh, I got $5 shots.
Alright, this is feeling uncomfortable like slavery, so we probably should stop right here.
Why? Because I picked a black woman?
No.
Well, don't you understand? This is the new DEI CRT policy. He's going to kick you to the goo.
No, he's not going to touch me. I will move myself down as soon as you confirm payment.
No, he included the extra $5 to get the kick. Sorry, Monica, you already did by default.
No.
Hakima, cancel that payment.
Hit the subscribe button now.
Alright, there you go. Alright. Hakima is now a moderator. Oh, come on. User is not in the room. What?
Attaboy.
I owe $5. Let me see the $5.
That felt good, didn't it, Hakima?
Can I just say that despite the fact that I like we're raising money, seeing Monica move to the goo, that just doesn't feel good for me. I really like her being... Oh, man. Return the money. Send it back to me, Rod, if you like it that much. Let's see how much you get. I don't have control of the account funds. I'm not...
She is his #1 on the app, too.
We can confirm Hakima sent $35 to the campaign.
That's very fucking cool. Hakima is now on board. Mike asked, can I spend 40 to bring her back up?
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
So I'd have to give Kina the $40 back plus give 40 to the kid.
Yes. Yep. To reverse it. Yep.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the link is in the chat.
Anybody want to pay to get Kristen off the stage?
You keep asking that. All you have to do is say, hey, can you go? And I'm like, okay, bye.
We're trying to raise money. How about this? Say annoying things. Tell them about crochet needles.
That's my special secret. People have to pay for that information.
Do you also do you have another burner phone where you can live stream on X?
I have one, but I gotta get it. I gotta get it all set up. I'm not campaigning very well today.
Oh, you're in trouble.
It's a practice run. It's all good.
What did you say, Dippity?
I said you're in trouble. Did you see the chat?
Oh, what happened?
Thank God.
Oh, shit.
I can hear it now. I told that Negro not to touch me.
It's not funny, y'all. Monica left.
That Negro put his hands on me.
I'm so happy right now.
This might be the funnest day in the month ever. Oh, you're in trouble. Dude, these back channels are hilarious. She's not happy. Jesus Christ.
I know.
She signed up for it. What did she expect?
Well, thank you, Hakima, very much.
It's like a celebrity charity event where you get to dump the celebrity. Like, tell her to fucking have a little fucking philanthropy in it. Like, what is wrong with it?
She said she didn't consent to you touching her PTR.
It is the dunk tank.
Damn Negro touch my PTR. She gotta go watch her PTR now.
Let's catch Nia up on the drama. Nia, Kino paid $40 so he could goo Monica, and Monica is not happy.
What? No. Roger, you let that go down? He donated to John's campaign.
It was a campaign donation, and I couldn't do anything. Look, I want to save her, but what can you do? A donation's a donation.
Hakima. That's diabolical.
Hey, I did not make it up. I just took advantage of the opportunity.
Well done. Well done.
That was amazing. You know what? We should do these in a room when like Brad's on a rant and see if anybody like if Diogenes and Brad are in a room together, we might even get a bidding war to see who wants to get good. That could be fun.
You know the dark side rooms. You might already know this, Mojo. The dark side rooms, they do that. Some of the mods.
The homes, yeah.
Yeah, you can pay to have. You can pay the mods that put people in the go, or pay more and kick them out of the room altogether.
Hey, so let Monica know this is not my first time paying stuff out here.
I don't think you should put a price on me, Hakima.
Wait, is she gone for the rest of the night?
The rest of her life.
Okay.
I gotta say, I shot a reel with that Monica bit there, and it's very funny. It's already got 20 views. It's gonna go viral.
not violate any campaign finance laws. And if it did, I'm sure we can explain ourselves around it.
Hey, John, so you know, I just sent the other $5. I sent 35, the other $5 is there. So I had the honor and the privilege of going fucking money. That it was money worth.
Well, anyone can go on a monthly subscription fee to donate to the There is a monthly option, but we've only got 60 days.
Not every day.
Oh, it is going to be over there.
How about this? If you give a monthly subscription option of $100, if you select to give monthly for $100, you can remove people from the stage whenever you want.
Oh my word, that's not fair, Mojo.
And they're always a mod. That's not cool.
Hey Roger, don't tempt me, Roger. Do not fucking tempt me.
So Roger, how do I? So Roger, all you're saying is that we have to do is just self-dox ourselves. That's all we have to do.
Okay, so what if I pay the $100 and then I get rid of John Kitover?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm available to be kicked. Campaign needs that much money. I am willing to sacrifice myself and leave this live stream and head to Emerald Island to go see beautiful college girls drinking Malort.
That's a pure fucking politician right there and a Catholic. I love it, John.
Are you sure you're not Catholic, John? Because of the Catholic
I went to
Church,
Catholic
every
school.
now and then.
I've taken the sacrament. I've put the wafer on my tongue.
This makes sense. Now I understand where you get this from.
It's, the crucifix is just a phallus. So putting the phallus on a piece of little wafer, paper bread, ingesting it, it's like getting $40 from Hakima and kicking Monica to the goo. It's transcendent.
This is craziness. This is new heights. In a month has reached a level that I'm clutching my pearls.
All up in the month.
Everybody better clutch their pearls from now on. I promise you. You all better clutch your pearls. I'm coming for you.
Monica's already in chillism and she's already a mod. But honestly, the YouTube clips of that bit about kicking her to the goo for $40 is hilarious because there is something funny about her voice, on this live stream. Because a lot of people ask me if they ever watch my stuff and they meet me, they go, "Who are you talking to?" Because nobody knows that I'm talking on the social audio chat app. But when they hear Monica's voice, it creates dopamine.
Well, anytime my family hears me on this app, they think I'm talking to El Normal. Because El Normal and I used to we used to kind of have heated conversations when this app had the chats. We could go chat the hallway, the recorded voicemail chats. And so the only person they know on this app is El Normal. So they're always like, "Is that El Normal?" No, it's not.
My ex-boyfriend had an intervention. He was like, "You need to delete this app." Because I was screaming into the phone about something political.
Hit the subscribe button
He
now.
was like, "Stop using Clubhouse when I'm around." And then our rule was that I was not allowed to be on this app when he was in my house. Put me on a leash. And that's why I got rid of him. No, ain't no man gonna tie me down. $40 to bring him back. She's a strong, independent woman. I don't need a man. Is she really in the chillism?
No, just spreading.
She's over there all the time.
Spreading gossip all
mod
over.
in chillism. She's been a mod in there longer than I'm here. She's been a mod for a year.
Yeah.
They have White Woman Wednesdays for her.
Yeah, White Wednesdays.
What a queen. What a beautiful queen. Yeah, that video's up to 80 views.
I don't think you should put a price on me, Hakima.
But Scarlett, what if you gave 50%?
Because I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, that video's already at 100 views. That one could put us over the top. 2 new subscribers.
The thing is, she's like, Hakima's now a mod, and then of course he's gonna boo you. Like, don't mod him.
That was too funny. When I saw I was a mod, I would flip on my phone over trying to get to that fucking.
You couldn't do it fast enough.
I almost broke my fucking finger and my phone.
At least.
So I am going to post in Chicago to try to find, digital content strategists as well, because I figure like now is the time to at least, pull off some more online marketing campaigns, and get people to start asking Darren LaHood the tough questions on X.
I don't think Sarah has donated yet.
I don't.
I'd also just like to offer this brief moment of silence in absence of Monica, that we all take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds and say, I'm a flower.
Possible donors makes you gonna have problems. Oh my word, that is not. I can't believe they're always in love. That's not cool.
Okay, I am gonna head out briefly, and I will return with some food, but before I go, I'd like to read a poem on behalf of the campaign. It's called Greed and Generosity. Look at her face. Open your eyes into her eyes. When she laughs, everyone falls in love. Lift your head up off the table. See, there are no edges to this clubhouse garden. Sweet fruits, every kind you can think of, branches green and always slightly moving. How long should you look at Earth's face? Come back and look again. Now you see the nervous greed deep inside plants and animals. Now you see them constantly giving themselves away. Greed and generosity are evidence of love. If you can't see love itself, see the results. If you can't find love colors in anything, look for the pale, tired face of a lover. Take this clown house town with its stores and everyone rushing around, some with a lot of money, some without any.
stop recording?
Well, I mean, I was just gonna let it, run live.
The reason I ask is we might run music in here.
That's always the danger when I step out of my live stream office. I think Politically Correct must have played Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac about like 20 times on me. I had to keep running back to the phone and lowering the volume. They watch and then they try to purge. They watch and purge.
Fun little tactic. You got to give it to him for that.
Yeah. But the craziest part is like nobody's watching it. But if people go back and they watch some of these rooms that I've recorded, I don't know. I think it's just a sound wall, But if you like create a clip out of what somebody said and it's, very profane and vulgar, now you have, an index of people saying profane, vulgar things.
The issue is there's just too much content. If there was only a couple of clips, even if they were, a few hours long, you can go through it. But nobody's going to click on every video and watch hours of it. They're just not going to do it.
Oh, I agree. I think it's the SoundCloud, sound wall. But I do think it's also funny that, people who know me on this app, who do a quick scan, maybe they want to see themselves or they see people they know. Like my mirror of Clubhouse has created its own like platform, aka, it is this app. I don't know if it's the best of this app, but it's a lot of this app. So I'm just saying that extra replatforming on 3 different platforms creates like a forced network, basically.
You should get with IO to figure out how to just set up a API that calls for every single room to get recorded, and then use AI to spin up the feed into YouTube. If set up correctly, you could literally stream every single room 24/7 onto YouTube.
Well, I could set that up in about 5 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I did actually invest in this startup that I launched. We were recording poker rooms. It was called pokerpeeper.com. My friend was a very successful poker player and he was using something called Poker Shark. I was like, well, let's just clone it and start our own, poker scraper. But
Poker Shark, the sites loved it because it brought mediocre players to playing at higher stakes and buying in more and all this shit. But it also caused a situation where it started giving advantages to some people after enough data was collected that it made people want to leave and then they started doing the blocking. But I don't know if that's really super helpful because all it would tell you is it would just say this is their tendency to call pre-flop. This is their tendency to call or fold or raise on the flop. Knowing that somebody's aggressive, right? Like uber aggressive, you could say, okay, this guy's uber aggressive. I'm going to play back at them. But in order to do that, you still have to have the cards to be able to play back at them. And what if you fucking run into a big hand and then you're relying on this data to tell you that their tendencies are to overbet their hands, and with the time that you fucking get good cards, let's say you get jacks and your opponent that's using Poker Shark happens to have kings, queens, or aces, you can find yourself in big trouble over relying on that shit.
So I want to ask this guy, John, is this guy running for Congress? I'm curious about that.
He is. There's a link in the chat on how you can donate too.
Okay. Well,
Oddly enough, I ran for president and didn't work out that great, but happy to chat with you privately about some strategy there if you're interested. If not, all good as well.
Well, I'm all about the now is all important. So why don't you just, tell me what you would want to tell me in private and public? Let's hear what you want to say.
Okay, so Mojo will probably kick me in under a couple minutes for this, but it's going to be incredibly complicated, and it's going to be like, would you want to know just how to win straight out? Like I can tell you how to win the whole thing right now. I mean, under 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so here we go. And Mojo will probably kick me, but just be warned about that. So I'm putting my timer 3 minutes. Okay. So, setting everything aside, politics, religion, everything. Humanity is right now sandwiched between AI, which is black boxed, meaning that no one knows how it works or how to deal with it, and multi-dimensional spiritual reality. I'll say that again because it's a hard one. Multi-dimensional spiritual reality, meaning there are beings from other dimensions that are currently around Earth that are causing different things. And the third thing is a planet that comes into our solar system once every several thousand years that is causing all the earthquakes and fires and floods and everything else, right? So those three things are what are controlling humanity right now. And if you really want to cultivate the basic core premise of what humanity has concern about, it is the concern about those three things that they don't understand how it's impacting their reality. I think I'm done, actually.
You believe in Nibiru or Planet X? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, so you have Planet X, you have AI, which is negative ET inspired and controlled, and which is designed to, manipulate as many people into slavery as possible. You have central bank digital currency systems that are going to come online. So, and you have the fact that, perhaps we're in Revelations. I have a whole minute left. But I think that's about it, man. So, if you want to win, dude, you have to meet humans where humans are at. And humans, like much of humanity, at a basic level is somewhat aware of these things because they've become personally affected. So if you're going to be at some political layer, you can't win. You have to go to the layer above, So that's what I was going to be doing as president, saying that kind of shit, and people would never want to deal with it. So, so there you go. So that's it.
How does that guarantee victory?
So cater to humanity with that level of context, and then you win and win and win.
No, but walk me through the math. How do you win?
I only have 8 seconds left, but you just tell people the truth of what situation they're in, and they'll love you forever and always.
I'm not sure that would work.
I think you're an alpha enough to try it.
Well, I think that you just explained this to a room full of people, and nobody seems overly impressed with what you just said.
Well, let me interrupt you real quick and just point out that Mojo posted on X and wrote to Darren LaHood, the guy I'm running against, and he wrote, "Are you planning to debate John Kitover?" And then somebody named Goddess Agrona replied, "Why would anyone want to debate this unstable loser? Rockford residents don't." I wrote, "I agree, Darren LaHood is an unstable loser who has created $20 trillion in debt, lied to everyone about a clot shot of spike proteins, and just added another $2.4 trillion to the deficit." And then a clown and a rhino and a dollar emoji. So, I mean, Mojo got 144 views on that post. What have you done for the campaign today?
My dears, I have an email database of every American in the United States. I can do whatever is required.
I think Goddess Agrona must be dismal.
Like,
John, what do you think? Goddess Agrona? Does that seem like dismal?
I want to see. I'll go on your X page. Let me see what happened.
What the fuck is happening?
Which candidacy are you running for again?
Oh, he's drunk and he's retarded, Roger, if you're wondering what's going on.
I just explained the whole situation of humanity. So.
Oh, Times Square, can you explain to Roger and all of us about how you have hundreds of millions of dollars lawsuits?
No, because I just explained. I explained all kinds of things.
Hey, hold on. Akima, how much time we got left for bringing up the girl? Akima. Anyone got the math on this? Nobody?
Yeah, we are.
I think the timer's reset to another 35 minutes.
No. How much more time is Scarlett in the goo?
I think there's.
Probably got like about 10 minutes at the moment.
Oh no, she's at 20 minutes. She's still got 20 minutes. No doubt. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Scarlett, I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring you up.
I'm on your X profile, John, and I don't see. The last thing I see is a post about something about lives in Chicago. I don't see anything about what you're saying just now. If you can hear that.
Yeah, I can hear that, but sometimes when I hear things, I just keep breathing, and I just keep breathing.
Why such a dramatic response? So I'm trying to find the post that you were just talking about just now.
I'm just living my life in love so we can get to victory faster.
Okay, so there's no post that actually happened with this whole person you were talking about?
Living my life in love. I don't know if you're aware of this, though, but this is a Mojo positive vibration experience based in love. Don't you get that, though?
Okay. Sure. All right. That doesn't really mean anything to me, but
I'm going to tweet at the Chicago Tribune right now.
Wow. That's real work. Do you see that, though? He's getting us in touch with one of the largest communication networks in the Chicagoland area. What have you done for the campaign today, though?
Dude, the thing is that you got to do your own political party. You can't do a Republican or Democrat. And the values of that party have to be so uniting that it sweeps everything, dude. Let me tell you what happened with the vax. You know what happened with the vax? The liberals went for it first, got lulled into the liberal bullshit, and signed up. And then, now we have Trump in, then the Republicans. Too much masculinity, too much femininity.
Wait a second, though. I wanna move this conversation along quicker than you might want it to move. But Mojo, could we maybe get a bid auction to have the removed from the stage? $10. Anybody here want to spend $10 getting the kicked to the goo? Go in the chat right now. The is up for auction at $10 to the goo.
I'll spend $20 instead.
Okay. Link is in the goo. Link is in the chat, though. Go ahead. It's in the chat. Go ahead, though. $20 in the chat. Find the link. Post it to the top of the room.
It's $5 for anybody else. Anybody that's not a mod, it's $5.
Well, hold on. How about this? For $100, if he pays $100 between now and March, as long as he obeys the rules of the House, he
He has complete immunity from being removed from stages.
Wow, that's like a membership card to a country club.
Where'd he go?
Well, he demonetized himself, obviously.
I feel so bad. Like I picture myself like being like a boat captain, and I got my girl drowning, and I'm not allowed to throw the life raft.
And she down there quoting Booker T. Washington now. Now she's impressed. She's quoting Booker T. Is crazy.
Have you ever seen the movie Spartacus? No, I'm sorry, Ben-Hur, while Charlton Heston is rowing in, the galley of that Roman warship.
Tell us about it.
And I'm just thinking about boats, and power, and how you have hundreds of people rowing a boat, into a battle. I'm just saying that Monica, in the captain's quarters, our Lady Scarlet, when she rises to the deck of the ship to view the beautiful sunshine outside, which I'm sure she will. Scarlet, I just hope that when you come on, to the top deck of this ship in the goo, that you bring so much more positive vibrations to this room. And I just want you to know this silence in the goo is, sponsored by Hekima. And, take this moment to just be in the now. If you're in your car, drive from point A to point B, and, go do all the things you have to do that you would normally not be doing because you're talking here and, talking and thinking, and, maybe you're just sitting in your car not going from point A to point B. Or maybe, there's garbage to be taken out to the alleyway and you need to clean the kitchen. Or perhaps, your bathroom needs to be vacuumed. Something in your house could be done other than being on Clown House right now. So I just want to say thank you, Hekima, for this moment of Zen for Monica.
I hope you come back as a better person. I hope this piece of the whole while you answer this and come back and be better.
I will say the chimpanzee in the flannel drinking a cup of coffee, I don't know. To me, Monica, if you can't put your actual picture up in the PTR, but you're going to put up, monkey PTRs in flannels drinking coffee, I know you want attention, but is that really the type of star you are? Is that the type of beautiful light flower you are as a monkey in a flannel? Come on, Monica, do better. This is your Monica Roast, brought to you by Hekima. Clubhouse is a social audio chat app with a roast feature where you can either self-roast or pay to roast obnoxious people. No, we're not saying Monica's obnoxious. We're saying she can be extremely obnoxious, as anyone can be on this app when you are hypnotized with the voice of a sweet southern belle that sounds just so perky and fun and sweet and, pointy. But that's what $40 gets you: silence, peace, harmony, equilibrium, balance.
John, did you see the tweet to the Chicago Tribune?
Let me take a look. Oh, we did get a request from an actual podcast, something called like the Southern Belt or the Farmers Belt podcast or something. They're interviewing all candidates, so we got that coming up, which will be great.
How many more minutes for Scarlett?
She's at the 7-minute mark.
Damn. I miss you, girl.
if you want, you could do a conjugal visit. Just go down to the goo and come back up.
And he did it. That shit is hilarious. He in solidarity.
Wow, that's romantic. I feel like Romeo and Juliet. That's love.
That's real poetic right there.
You know, there's.
Serendipity. How about you? You feel in solidarity with Monica? You want to join them in the goo for 5 minutes?
I appreciate Mojo going down there. I was gonna go down there and share in the solidarity with her, but I decided to stay up here.
We say your name is Serendipity, not Solidarity. I get it.
That's okay. I've heard way worse, Sakima.
You know, Mojo, there's also a lot of newspapers in Peoria and Rockford that do have X accounts, do have websites, etc. So, I mean, outreach to those is could be, you know, useful and helpful as well. And also reaching out to other candidates.
Do you have a list of their handles, or do I have to look them up?
No, I don't have a list yet. You know what I did ask Croc earlier, though, give me, you know, 25 voters in Republican or 25 voters in Peoria or Rockford who would vote, you know, for candidate Congressman John Kitover, and it gave me back 25 handles. So I started plugging those handles in, copying and pasting to each one. Would you consider signing a petition? And so that, you know, that was like a labor of love, copying and pasting one at a time. I mean, I'm sure there's, I don't even know, you know, if there's X marketing, if there's an X, you know, mass marketing platform, but it does, you know, if we had actual organized effort on this app, you know, we could, you know, use this app to get a lot of this work done by asking people in the room to actually do some things, maybe.
Hey, for the record, I invited Scarlett to the stage. I don't think she wants this Negro to bring her back up.
Wait, has Scarlett donated any money or no? To the campaign?
It's a negative.
She should donate a penny. Or no, better yet, I'm saying like donate 2 cents.
Rich, stop. Stop it. She's back. It's my girl. Let's see. Oh.
I'm gonna move down. Bring you back up.
No, you can stay.
Welcome back, sweetheart.
Hello, Mojo.
No, Roger, I was simply making a joke that somebody could add their 2 cents, you know? Like,
I know, but I know exactly why you want her to donate.
Campaign finance flaws.
Scarlett, can I ask you a question?
I would forbid her from donating precisely because of people like you.
Oh, it wouldn't be me. I've made it very clear I would never dox anybody.
That's blatantly untrue. I have screenshots to prove what you've done.
I would love. Oh, you talking about public information? I mean, if you want to go with that criteria, or like definition of doxing, like relinquishing public information.
I'm talking about you made an offhand comment of something that I could trace, and then I went looking for it, and then I found it, and then I'm going to tell you, and not only you, but everyone else, how I did it so that they can find you too. You obnoxious snot.
I'm totally fine if anybody finds out who I am, because I don't have a record, I'm not a chomo, not registered sex offender, none of those things.
I don't think you understand what I just told you, which makes me deduct 20 IQ points from you.
Oh, no, you said that I slipped up and said something that made it easier for
You said that to someone else, Bright Star.
That you're saying that I said something that gives information about myself that would
No, bitch, I don't care about you. I don't want to know about you. In fact, the less I know about you, the better.
I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning.
I'm saying that you did that to someone else, and I have screenshots to prove it.
Wait, are you still bringing up the Solomon thing? Because Solomon's already conceded that it wasn't doxing.
No, but that's all right. Moving on. Who will goo her next? Who's doing this poll? And who are the why would you say Dippity would move me?
Who said I would move you?
That's terrible.
I want to know who said it.
That was impossible.
Wait a second, I gotta alert Mojo to something here. Matt Cool has a room open called Darren to Fix LaHood, and everybody has a Darren LaHood PTR. So, it's working. Adams is spreading the Darren LaHood mind virus into Clubhouse.
You definitely need to share that. Darren LaHood campaign rally.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Why are you capping for them, dude? So who's capping for anybody? You haven't even allowed me to ask my fucking question. So again, hearing bits and parts of what you think I'm gonna fucking say, like maybe that gives you, the pathway to create aspersions on my character.
I don't want to, interrupt your room, but that room is running, which is very funny.
No, it's cool. I like hearing that. Like, can we get a couple more minutes of that? I want to hear where they're at in this conversation.
Well, Keegan, the thing is you're in the same fucking private chat that I'm in, dude. You've heard what I've said to KK. Keegan is he was like a stan of mine. He basically, in a way, looked up to me. I was the person that kind of had. I was like the quote unquote Clubhouse famous person that would do content kind of like what he tries to do, and he's always been very nice to me, at least. But I do think that, like, when it comes to Keegan, what he said about somebody's dead wife who died of cancer. Hold on. Cut you off. Hold on. No, shut the fuck up. Hold on. No, this is the most important
I just want to let everybody know that they're being streamed on YouTube because John Kitover is not in the room, right? So again, Pepe, I'm not your enemy.
Who is John? Which one is John?
Congress down in the bottom.
Oh, Congress? That's it?
Right. You're welcome, Pepe. You're welcome.
Okay, so let's remove.
Hey guys, I'm gonna say goodnight.
They kicked me. No, that was the room. I hope you all enjoyed it. That was fun.
That was great.
Go back as anonymous, John. Don't give up. They can't stop you.
No, see, the thing about Anonymous is when I set up my tripods and I have the actual Anonymous account, to me recording that is a good room to record, obviously. But anyways, I'm kind of, I've turned all my cameras around because Mojo, the positive vibration experience, has been allowing me to do so much speaking that, to record the room or the cell phone versus recording my face, I'm just trying to change the cameras and rotate.
John, I really haven't ever heard you speak very much. I did hear you run a yoga room or meditation room once. But you have a good voice, hon. And I've been tripping around, eavesdropping. I don't go anonymous. I go right in with my little face and see what's going on. And you might consider taking this new path and letting us hear your voice sometimes, because it's a good voice. Scott, it's always good to see you.
Good to see you, Shirley, and I'm a full supporter of candidate Kitover. I think he's the man.
Okay, I'm going to go to bed. You guys.
Before you do, can you share something on or like and comment and share something that's on Twitter?
I've got it. It's Twitter's on my other phone. Or you want me to share something that
we'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, but tell me what you want.
Well, we've sent messages to Darren LaHood on Twitter, but we've also asked the Chicago Tribune for a voter guide comparing Kitover versus LaHood, and so we're just asking the major publication in the area to weigh in on this.
Okay. I will lay my hand on the phone in the morning, and I'll get these instructions in the morning when I'm fresh. I'm passing out. Today I passed out a Splash, some kind of drink called Splash. It was okay, y'all. You might try it. Tomorrow I'm passing out good, better pizza. So I need to be smiley tomorrow and fresh, so I can grin and be sweet to all the people that I'm trying to pass out good, better pizza. Anyway, good night, y'all.
Good night, sweetheart.
Who's she passing out all this pizza to?
I would guess homeless people. I'm guessing she's working with her church. Gildas.
Yo, man, what's good?
What do you think of LaHood versus Kitover?
You know, to be honest, man, I don't know. I really haven't been able to look into both of you guys. I know John's here. I don't think I've heard LaHood. Is LaHood on the app, or is
to
that
me, it's
just
just like, how can you engage in?
He's got a bunch of political operatives that are listening to him right now.
Yeah, do you want it?
You know, I heard that room yesterday.
The Democrat, even if it doesn't come to parties, like with anybody.
They kicked me.
I showed you what up.
See, that's a good example of how anonymous is valuable, because from my perspective, I do want to record, some of these individuals on this app.
It's crazy that they triggered that much, right? Clearly, you doing the paperwork to run for Congress, whether you win it out, another story. But whether you was a troll or not is besides the point at this point. Like you're taking a positive step in the right direction. Like standing up for what you believe in, but for people to be mad about it is fucking crazy to me. Like I don't get it. I just not get it. Keep doing what you're doing, John. I won't vote for you. I probably can't vote for you, but keep doing what you.
Actually, I would like to change my statement that I made earlier. There is people that I would actually dox, and that would be like a mayor's room. But it would be to the FBI.
Sorry, Gildas, what were you saying prior to that interruption? I doubt you remember, but welcome to In the Muff. Pay to Goo, your least favorite.
There wasn't an interruption. We finished.
Who is Ellipses? I guess I follow
But yeah, I pretty much finished. I didn't really know what you two candidates were running on. I'm not even really clear on where in the country you guys are running for Congress.
Illinois,
I'm getting flashes.
which begs the question. It makes it all the more bizarre that there's someone from California rocking the hood just to probably doesn't know a thing about LaHood, doesn't live in the same state, but just to hurt John's campaign over here. It's like I may not agree with John's politics, but that is just utter. I'm not going to do that. Like that's crazy. Like get a hobby. That's crazy.
They don't even know what the fuck LaHood is. They never heard that fucking name until Child brought it up. And now they have some fucking fake campaign for him. Like, none of them could even vote for the fucking dude. But they act like they give a fuck about it. That's some weird shit.
So I do have this anonymous account. They're not going to be able to block this one. Do you want to hear the room?
Hi, everyone ready, sir.
Campaign. As much as I love you, buddy, I'm holding people accountable.
He is.
You spoke.
Oh God.
Yeah. Shut your mouth.
Okay, but why are you caping for him? Like it's so weird, Adam.
So I'm not caping for anybody. I'm just acknowledging the fact that you spoke a lot more than I have.
Okay, but you're standing up for this fucking for whatever
I'm just
weird
pointing
reason.
I'm just pointing out the fact that you're inside.